Nächster Spieler.
Okay, thanks. Just chatting. Okay. Morning.
Morgen. Ja, wenn ich vielleicht Zeit habe, gucke ich gerne.
Just chatting. Great, so thank you very much. Morning. Just chat around. Thank you.
So what you're saying is I'm also doing
Es fehlen mindestens noch 2 Spieler.
No ring today, so.
No, why not?
Yes, not testing you.
I'll just go.
I only have a phone, yeah?
Sorry.
I only have my phone now, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, just turn it on.
I jumped when
Okay,
That's brilliant.
thank you.
Jetzt letzter Spieler, Magnus kommt.
Morning.
I didn't know you were he sounded almost no other languages except for Scandinavian.
Okay, just turn around.
It's really
Right.
like my name is Stella, and it's very hard to say that E because people think it's an A.
Okay, thank you very much. Morning.
Hello and welcome to the Paris leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. My name is Fiona Stahl-Anthony and I'm delighted to be your host today. So it is already time, day 2 of the quarterfinals. Today we will determine 4 semi-finalists. Unfortunately, we will also lose 2 players, so more about that in a sec. For now, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
Freestyle chess is getting more and more popular. We walked through Paris and met lots of passionate chess fans, especially at the iconic Blitz Society bar, a real hotspot for the scene. Even here, freestyle chess is now being played and has become a major topic among fans.
I'm loving what the freestyle guys are doing right now. It's already very popular and it's like the F1 format, you know?
Yeah.
Every Grand Prix there's like a different city and it's perfect.
Aber der Typ ist auch auf der anderen Seite.
For Jan-Henrik Buttner, one of the minds behind the format, direct interaction with the audience is a sign of appreciation and a way to truly connect with the
Machen wir.
community. Spontaneously, he gave a personal tour of the event location to fans who had already been waiting for the players for over 1 hour.
As you know me, we're always acting spontaneously, right? If there's like 10 kids waiting there like for an hour, giving us time and energy, and we want to show you around. And of course that made them happy. Paris has worked out spectacularly. We think its fan engagement is great, so we will see if we can introduce even fans at the next events in terms of real audience.
The journey of freestyle chess continues to grow. Day 1 of the quarterfinals brought excitement and set the tone for what's to come. Magnus Carlsen was the only player to emerge with a win against Abdu Sattarov, showing strong form early on.
I think my first 5-6 moves were pretty bad, and he really solved it a lot better than I did. After that, I took over and I played better, but it was very, very tough.
The other matches ended in tense, hard-fought draws, proving just how evenly matched the competition is. Stay tuned for the second day of quarterfinals.
So there we saw what happened yesterday. Today, in case any matches end in a tie after the second classical game, we will go to rapid playoff and then 2 blitz, so 2 games of rapid, 2 games of blitz. If the players are still tied, we will see Armageddon. But first, it is time to draw the next position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage the Chief Chess Officer of Chess.com.
Knight c4 is fine because we attack this, and if you play c5, I can play e4. Both. f4 and e4.
Take, and you want to play e4 me or
f4 first.
f4 first?
Attacking.
So you want to take? Okay.
No. I mean like
you mean
move
F4?
one. I mean I'm still.
Okay, f4. Okay, f4.
c5, e4.
So worried about
Is
something
f5
like,
impossible?
yeah, f5 of course is the question.
Yeah, if I queen c4.
No, but then d3. But, oh wait, no, sorry. No, sorry. Wait. Wait a second. All right.
Checking on all kings for round.
No, some of like 3 days. I don't want to take so much time.
Is that faithful?
Queen e4 still.
Queen f7.
Okay, maybe this one doesn't matter at all. Queen's in castle. And d5. Oh, we lose so much time.
Yeah,
No,
d5. Yeah, I don't like f4.
What's wrong with d5?
But I mean,
Yeah, f5, d4, and then we start.
I was going to. I saw Magnus and I was like, he's not into this. I'm not going to do it.
Good call.
positionally very nice.
And this
Yeah,
bishop
yeah,
is-
bishop is bad.
No, I think maybe d5 is not a good move. Maybe
It's not bad,
c5.
but
Can you do c5?
c5
Yeah,
is
c5
take
is
out.
the question.
d5, c4 all this stuff.
d5 is
C4?
not the way. Yeah.
d5, c4, yeah.
d5,
c4,
c4.
Yeah. I mean, I have
Unclear.
f3,
No, d5, f5.
d5, f5, c4.
Yeah, that's good for
d5.
me. You want to get the same.
Can you do d5?
Also. No, because it's very long. cb bishop b6 and
Right, so it's always more or less fine. Like.
what we can take.
This one I'm not so sure.
Maybe knight takes, maybe bishop, maybe knight takes. But we'd like just grab the center.
Knight takes.
Maybe 3d5.
Maybe we should do this.
Still looks like knight.
c4, c5, f3. Well, f5 was good. Knight b6. Okay, let's try this again.
And if we start c4, what?
c5.
Yeah, like this. So let's see, we try to do queen side first, c3.
they're going d6, how will they get the queen up? Still f4.
Yeah, I don't,
I'm not sure we
I
play
don't think we
d6.
do. I don't think we play
Yeah.
d6.
I mean, this guy's.
Yeah. It's a 6. I mean, f4, f. Okay. Probably have to protect this, but I'm like not even
I'm
sure.
also kind of tempted. Okay, then. What g5?
Well, I mean, f6 is not out of this one. Queen c5, bishop b6. Right?
f6 is split. Queen a7.
Like queen d5, knight c7, queen goes back, d5. We're gonna win in
We
10
will start in 30 seconds. Please take your seats. Thank you.
And here we go again. Welcome back, everybody. Today we're with the round 2 of the tiebreak. We have Fabi after pretty, let's say, risky game yesterday. He was borderline winning, then losing. The game ultimately ended in a draw. Yeah, we will be taking a look at all the games, but focusing on our boy Fabi, of course. And in the meantime, I don't know how I'm feeling about this position. Interesting start, as we can expect from freestyle chess. Important to mention, if the game will be drawn, there will be a tie break, as somebody correctly pointed out in the chat. The tie break will be of 5 minutes and 2 seconds increment. So Fabi with the first move, and I think I can probably adjust the layout a little bit, although maybe it's just Maxim leaning a little bit too forward for my taste. Okay, the layout is fine. You know what? I'm not gonna... Should I touch the layout? Come on, Alex, don't be shy. I will work this layout. Let's put it like this. This is more on point. Okay. Should I refresh my board? We don't have a move yet, do we? Has the round started? I have a feeling the round started and Fabi is thinking, but I don't see the clock. Yeah, clocks are on the screen. It's just that it is an empty space, as I guess the round hasn't started yet. Spoiler alert, computer wants to play b4. But I think a more human move for Fabi will be f4. Fighting for a central square while gaining a tempo. Targeting a7. So I'm betting Fabi will start the game with f4. Let's see. Have these guys started? They look so focused. They must have started. Okay, we have a move in Nepo's game, so for sure they are thinking. Thinking is a good thing to do when you play a game of chess. So clever thing to do by Fabi. We will praise him already. Let's see. Actually, I'm curious. If Fabi wins this, who can he possibly play next? Let me have a look. So if we go back, let me show you this. The winner of Maxim against Fabi. Oh my god, I have some news. If Fabi wins, we're very likely to be playing against Magnus Carlsen. That is gonna be spicy. And another possible matchup could be Ian against Hikaru if the youngsters get knocked out. But I'm predicting at least the youngster to qualify. Either Arjun Erigaisi or Vincent Keimer. So we will see about that. So out of all boards, Nepo played e4. And the rest are thinking. And in the meantime, let me also have a look at the small final games. We have Vidit against Prague and Gukesh against Richard. So Richard Rapport. Players are thinking. We're gonna let them think. What can we do? Let's try to do the same. Going back to the board. E4 by Nepo. That's somewhat surprising to me. Nice to have you live, Potato on a Stick. Doing my best. We've been having some technical difficulties, but luckily for now, most of them have gone. Okay, let's see. Fabi is thinking. I'm predicting f4. Too natural not to play. Also, because the stream is so professional. Oops. Here we have Fabi thinking. It doesn't get any better and more cinematic than that. What to do? I've never seen a position like this in chess. By the way, I'm thinking this could actually be a pattern. So we have almost all heavy pieces on one side of the board. So for instance, if a rook was placed instead of the bishop, that's, you know, an easy position to remember. Minor pieces to the side, heavy pieces on the other. An easy one to study and remember. Myself, I think I would be tempted to play c4 or f4. f4 because it comes with a tempo, and c4 because it's a pawn in front of the rook, preparing knight c3, which is such a natural move for these, let's say, trying to get like an English opening or a Queen's Gambit type of structure. Okay, Fabi's thinking, let's check if other players made a move. Oh, we have some developments. e4, c5, knight c3 in Nepo against Keimer. Looking like a close Sicilian, except he's not. And Magnus is also thinking after Abdusattorov played f4. f4 is what I would have played myself. Hikaru hasn't decided on a move just yet. And if we go onto the other boards, we see an f4 by Vidit and an e4 by Gukesh. So very interesting to see that both Gukesh and Jan have decided to go for the same first move. And I've got to be honest, if in the previous one we saw the same thing played on multiple boards, this position seems to be the one where players deviate the most. Unless we will see f4, e4 on these boards as well. But I kind of doubt. I bet either Fabi or Hikaru will start with c4. So let's see. We have an interesting question in the chat. How important are general rules like developing your knights first in 960? Or does concrete calculation override those opening principles? There can be some principles in Fischer Random as well, except I don't think you can just steal the ones from normal chess. So I think you have to go a bit more specific. So for example, one rule that was being highlighted yesterday, let's say a general pattern that you can remember for 960 is when there is rook in the corner and king next to it, this h4 move is generally strong. For instance, I've learned it yesterday. People were talking about it on the broadcast. So you see, there can be rules that develop patterns, but not like in normal chess. From normal chess, of course, you can take importance of the bishop pair, importance of the center, stuff like that, but I think a huge difference, it's simply how much more concrete the game is from the beginning. For instance, the importance of gambits. I think it's something that we can easily ignore. Like, for instance, the way I would be trying to play this game. And in the meantime, as I predicted, somebody between Fabi and Hikaru will play c4. Here we have it. Let's stick with Fabi's board. So, to finish my idea, the way I would try to approach this game without much experience I would look for ways of getting my pieces onto natural squares and resembling well-established openings as much as possible. But the way a guy that's super successful like Magnus plays it, he's super concrete. He's not afraid of playing gambits. If he feels like there's a good opportunity to transform odd pieces into, well, strong pieces, even at the cost of material. So, this may not seem like such a crazy thing to do, right? But in top level chess, players never play gambits. Like, gambits are something we like to do as beginners, or maybe just gambits super situationally. Like, you cannot really say playing the queen's gambit is a real gambit, because you can win the pawn immediately. So, at top level, I rarely see a gambit, while in 960 it's not only that it's more popular, but you kind of have to do it not to be worse. So, very different games. We've seen a few days ago how Fabi went for a provocative idea and Vincent Keimer punished him immediately. So Fabi managed to get a completely busted position within the first 10 moves. This, of course, has to do with the nature of the position that's being drawn. Otherwise, it's very hard to imagine you can lose in 10 moves while playing normal chess. But some positions definitely become more dynamic than others. Now, I'm not a freestyle genius to tell you which ones. I'm sure if you study these games a lot, you will spot patterns. But I am here to try to share with you my my knowledge about general simple strategy, because there is a lot of it going on despite the pieces being shuffled around. Players do constantly rely on strategic ideas as well, except, you know, calculation is always more important. So, we have some moves here. C4, C5, symmetric English vibes, and then F4 by Fabi. So, one concept that we can see here, which is also borrowed from standard chess, is that we are fighting for the center. Now, White is not directly placing his pawns into the center, so we're talking about these squares as the heart of the chessboard. But he is fighting for the central squares by using this little crab pawn formation. Is this a crab, or is A4, H4 the crab? I think that's the crab. But I actually had a game today. I think I played like a few blitz games, and I went D4 on first move. Opponent played C5, Benoni. I went D5, and I think then he went F5. Which is pretty much one of the worst openings that you can play as black, and I was completely winning and ended up losing. But this pretty much has a very similar structure, in case we might see F5. So, Maxime is thinking. Wait, do we have the same opening in Hikaru game? Let's have a look. Wow. Perfect symmetry. Look at this. Fabi and Hikaru. I predicted at least one of them will play c4. They both played it. Will black go f5? That is the question. Also, let's have a look onto the other games. The one that's being developing at a quick pace and with some really good info for the Uzbek fans. Apparently, Nodirberg is cooking. F4, C4, and after this timid F6 move, E4 played fairly quickly, and by the looks of it, White might actually get a great version of the Marozzi bind. So there you have it. Potato on a Stick was asking about similarities to normal chess. Here you might see the case. Because let's say if you take a normal route, say knight c6, I will ignore the free pawn. It'll be a nice citizen. I'm going to play knight b3. And when you defend, I have the opportunity of playing d4. cd, knight takes. I am possibly making some blunders, but we will ignore. Let's say bishop b6, bishop f2. Okay, I'm losing the pawn on c4, but let's ignore that for now. Bishop f7, b3, trades. Knight b6, knight c3. Say something like this. Castle, castle. And black has a disastrous Marozzi. There you have it. Wait, do we have a confessional booth? Let me check. Oh, confessional booth is empty. Let's listen to the broadcast.
Yeah, I have some things to be happy about that I played quite well till a point. And then of course, like, I also have some things that I should do better on, like how I went wrong. So overall, it's a mixed feeling.
What should you do better today that you thought about?
Like that. So when I went for this bishop b3, I calculated knight e3, knight takes f6, queen takes f6, bishop e3, d3, queen e3, rook g2, d4, bishop e6, queen e6, queen d4, queen e8, knight d8, bishop c2, queen d2, queen e4, rook e2. And I just stopped here thinking it's getting too long. But had I just seen one more move, queen d3, I would have gone for it because it's very good after that. So yeah, that's one thing, like maybe try to see like a bit further.
Do you take anything from that situation that you can bring into today's game, what you should focus on?
Yeah, that's something that I think I should focus more on because like I just stopped it thinking it's getting too long, not that I was unhappy with that position. So maybe not do that.
And you're feeling good?
Yeah, I'm confident.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Surely the
Great to hear from
commentators were following that line, myself included. Now, back to our crappy analysis here of the Marozzi. Yeah, one way or another, Nodirberg will play this d4 move, and he will certainly have a better position against Magnus. Okay, what can be learned from yesterday is that if you give Magnus Carlsen the V-pawn structure, and then you also give him a queen endgame with an extra pawn, his conversion rate is higher than Cristiano Ronaldo's rate of scoring penalties. So, maybe trade queens? I don't know what advice to give Nodirberg, but on a very instructional note, I think we can go back to the other games. e4. d3 by Fabi. Okay, d3. The bar is looking somewhat in his favor. I like that. How are we doing on the last places? In what type of tournament do you check last places and you have games by Gukesh, Rapport, and Prague plus Vidit? Not so many. These guys are the weakest. That is just hilarious to see. And look at Richie. My boy Richie. e4. Knight c6. Hit them with the Chigorin, Richie. Not only the Chigorin, but a5. Look at the accuracy score by chess.com. That is hilarious. Richie has 70% accuracy. Chess.com thinks bro is 500 elo. This is so funny. A5. I mean, surely this move is bad, but he's just playing it because he's Richie, and we love to see it. Okay. That's some unique chess. A5. Okay. Good stuff. Also, same position as in the Fabi game. F4. C pawns facing each other and D6, D3 is how MVL play this. Let's go back to that game. So we left things here after F4, D6, D3, F5. Pretty much a mirror. We all love a mirror. And this makes you wonder, why the heck did Magnus put the pawn only to F6? Is he just trying to troll Ben Feingold to always play F6? Otherwise, I don't get it. Everybody likes F5 in his position. Certainly, Magnus must have a deeper reason than that. Also, Axim has 100% accuracy while Rapport is on 70%. This is what you call an accuracy gap. 70%. Okay. Fabi to play. What would I do in this position? I would probably... I would think about b4. b4 would be the ideal scenario. Can we play b4? Would you guys play b4? Or would you guys play g4? B or G? Or both? Knight c3, pretty much this move is saying that there's not gonna be a b4 push. No to b4. And before you know it, he might actually break with g4. Fabi is the kind of guy who would just play e3, g4, and just smash your head. I think this is the plan. B4, yes, B4, you couldn't take it in the past, a move ago. But going for a queen expedition, exploring that cave on a7, knight to b6. Pretty dangerous. I mean, surely you're gonna win some pawns, but might also get stuck. I don't think Fabi is interested in that. Knight to c3. Knight to c3, and there are two ways of handling this position right now. You either play pawn to b3 looking at e4. And who knows, maybe by transposition we're gonna get a bit of a Marozzi. Which, by the way, I plan to analyze later in the day. Once we finish the stream, I will go for a run. I will get some food, and then I will look at pawn breaks in the Marozzi. That is how I'm gonna be spending the evening. Earlier in the day, I was looking at the b4 pawn push for black. How to create a weakness by pushing b4. So, in case you were wondering why am I such a weird commentator, then now you know the reason. Okay. I think Fabi will play this b3 e4. I think Fabi is in aggressive mode and probably trying to take down MVL in the long stretch. Getting to MVL in blitz will be tough. MVL is such a fast player. Fast and also pretty clever. We've seen yesterday MVL made so many good moves. Although, there's this kind of like funny debate. I think Christian also addressed it on the podcast. Okay, maybe they haven't really addressed it, to be honest, but there was this chess saying going around in the world that Fabi is a weak blitz player. I don't know who came up with that. It's been maybe not so much spread nowadays, but I'm telling you, like 10 years ago, this was a common rumor. Although you could see Fabi always competing on top boards in the world Rapid and Blitz. There was just this saying that he plays Blitz worse than Classical or something like that. That was one of the biggest lies that I've ever seen. We're not gonna address the whether he's a talented player or not thing. I think we don't need to go that deep. We're not gonna investigate that. Okay, knight c3, e6 by Maxime. So, if you're Fabi, you can either play it like an English opening, e3, bishop f3, knight c2, which is very safe. You will never really lose, just tiny edge. g3, queen has nice square on g2. Only kind of problematic piece is the dark square bishop, but it surely has some room for improvement. We can castle short maybe, although considering there is g4 break available, castling long is an option, but let's say I like castle short. So just to make some moves to give you an idea, guys, how the position could go. I'm not playing this in clever move order, but just to see. Say knight c7, g3, queen g2, queen g7, castle castle, h3. Okay, knight on c2 a bit dodgy as it blocks rook coordination and we cannot do b4 due to the pressure. Yeah, this would be a nice position to play for Fabi. I mean, you sign up for a Fisher random game and then you just get symmetrical English reroll. I think Fabi would be very happy with this. Imagine already knight b5. I'm starting to think is problematic for black. Okay, knight b5, worst move on the chessboard, but we're just trying to come up with something. Instead, what you can play though. Okay, just a bishop d2 move isn't stupid. Maybe you can put bishop on f2, rook fd1, d4 as an idea, but I would like to really focus on the other side. With so much pressure, who gets the queen side play rolling will be doing great. Although, could also be interesting to try to grab space on this side. Like, what happens if we just do g4? Yeah, g4, very strong move. I'm sensing here that taking, and then white can probably capture either way. I would say prioritize capture with lower value piece in general, so take with a bishop. And there is suddenly a soft pawn, there is suddenly a nice square, there is also opportunity to go h4, h5 in the future. Yeah, this looks like a very nice position for Fabi. So I think, well, just by applying a more clever move order than I did, that's where the pieces belong, and we might get to this typical symmetrical English, which MVL plays in classical chess as well. MVL, I think, known for these symmetrical structures. He uses that as a repertoire to deal with the Reti English openings, complementing his Grunfeld repertoire. But it's gonna be slightly better for white always, and quite risk-free. So I like the direction in which these games are going. Okay, we can take a look onto the other boards in a second. Great. Wait, what's happening? Are both players walking on Fabi board? Why are there no players? Where are the players? As a football fan, chess is too quiet. Yeah, hopefully we're gonna get some interviews, some confessional booth. Speaking of...
in his own style.
Oh.
Looking forward to keep on thinking about my position and watching the rest unfold.
Yeah, I missed that. Apparently, when we notice players are not at the board, they are probably in the confessional. We might have missed Fabi in the confessional. What a pity. Yeah, the problem is that I don't have a clear view on all cameras. I just have to either see it on the main broadcast to figure it out, or have to randomly check. Nobody's at these chairs. The gimbal is hanging out with Keimer. And okay. We can see Maxim is back. Will we get Fabi confessional? I'm just gonna wait here for a second. Come on, Fabi. Come and talk to us. We need to know. Do you like your symmetrical English? Or how do you like your English? Do you like it symmetrical? I see some movements nearby, but no, Fabi. Me no like it. Let's go back. How is the Richard Rapport game developing? Did he make it past 70% accuracy? We need to check. I'm dying to know. I want to see level of accuracy that he will finish the game with. Maxime made the move. Queen f7. Decent move according to the computer. So the way I was predicting things to go, I don't remember how I actually played this. Let's check. Was I putting bishop on f2? Yeah, so I delayed my bishop move. Okay, so interesting to see that Maxime puts the queen on f7. Yeah, queen on f7. Well, for white, as we've seen, I decided to play e3 and put the queen on g2. Create this battery on the diagonal. Maxime is not interested in that. Will Fabi go for it? Will he play the move and maneuver that I've suggested, or will he also go queen f2? This is very nice position. Again, I'm with the risk of sounding like a broken record. Just feels like so easy to keep things under control for Fabi. And yeah, there is queen f2. I'm not loving that we are keeping this mirror game, but he will always have the momentum to break through. So Maxime looks a little bit surprised. Let's take a vibe check. Let's take a closer look at Maxime. Maxime thinking. And with that, we're gonna go and take a look at the other games. Is Magnus getting squeezed in the Marozzi? Magnus is thinking. Magnus is in big trouble. Look at this. Magnus in some trouble. Can we get the Magnus board? This is Vidit. Maxime. We can't get a Magnus board. Let's keep this for a while. This is the position. d4 is a huge positional threat. Magnus has been thinking for more than 20 minutes. Maybe trolling Ben Feingold wasn't worth it. Maybe regretting the decision of playing f6. Okay, since Magnus is thinking, let's go back. And g5. Look at this. Vincent taking the bull by the horns. f6. Bishop b6. And g5. Okay, so the idea behind Vincent's move is that if you push, which seems to be the natural thing to do, then that would be weakening the square on e5. So perhaps there is potential for black to play d6, bring this knight to e5, and I am pretty much counting on the fact that well, let's say some random moves are made. I'm counting on the fact that you don't have an easy time playing c3, d4, fighting for the square. Because c3 drops the pawn on d3, and if you are preparing it with a move like bishop e2, that also feels pretty slow. Although maybe possible. So, not saying this is a line that's likely to happen, just trying to highlight that the strategic justification behind g5 is probably that it weakens white's control over the e5 square, an important square in the center. So, if you can get a piece on one of those squares and your opponent cannot attack it with a pawn, it is usually a great strategic advantage, because a piece placed in the center will have a big impact on the game. So Nepo is thinking he can at the very least play g3, keeping it safe, but the problem with a move like g3 is that it's against the spirit of the position. So white has a bit more space in the center with these pawns. A move like g3 would allow a queen trade, which is not something that you necessarily want while having a space advantage. But the computer quite likes white's possession despite that idea. Well, you do get some extra development, which makes sense, and white is about to get a really human position. d3, knight b3, maybe bishop g4 coming, maybe long castle. That's a nice Grand Prix attack, isn't it? Not really a Grand Prix attack, but interesting position. Also, I see the players do have heart rate monitors. Obviously, our stream is pretty high quality, but sadly, not that high quality. We cannot show you heart rate monitors. I don't have a way to add those on the stream. So, big moves in Nepo's game, and queen e6 by Magnus. Wow. Look at this. Isn't he aware of the fact that you're not supposed to develop your queen early? It can't be that. Magnus goes for queen e6 simply because the position is already bad. He's trying to complicate. He's trying to complicate things, but I think Nodirberg should be quite happy. I'd play the move bishop f3. Idea to go b3, knight c2, pawn to d4, this knight goes to c3, queen goes to e3, bishop somewhere, castle short, and enjoy a nice position. I think that's the way to go. Okay, what else? Fabi castled. Maxim did as well. The boys keep mirroring, while in the Hikaru game, we might as well see a transposition to what Fabi did. If Queen f7 shot castle, both players have copied their opponents, which is I'm not sure it's something that you can actually do. So this is interesting, perhaps somewhat interesting point of discussion, because I think the players can walk around the other boards and they clearly get to see what the other people are playing. So it's even more important in this type of specific tournament because everybody starts with the same position and options can be way more limited according to the draw. Because this reminds me of a scenario that happens sometimes. It's very rare, but it does happen in serious tournaments where you're playing an opening. Let's say you're playing board 5. You're walking around the playing venue. Board 25, they have the exact same opening that you have on your board. And then a very awkward situation appears because one player can go to the other board and just wait for somebody to make a move and collect information. I actually had that same scenario back when I was playing the Romanian championship. I can actually tell you even what opening it was. Yeah, I think I can just pull up the analysis just to give you a quick story. My game was e4, I think e6, d3, c5, knight f3, knight c6, g3, g6, and I think I've played d4 because this was a very interesting way to make your opponent uncomfortable with the dark squares. So I was having this position on my board. I was with the white pieces, and in the female section there was a game that went exactly like this. So the girl playing kept, moving around, keeping an eye on my game, and it was obvious that they were aware of it. So what do you do here? Do you just wait for the other player to make a move? You wait for the better player, try to copy? And yeah, it's just funny. I ended up winning my game. I surprised my opponent with this idea. I believe he played a6 and then you just get some good version of Marozzi. Even this queen d4, fairly annoying to deal with. But yeah, I'm bringing up this story because in the Fabi game, if queen f7 castle, castle, it will be the same. Now, do players know? I don't know. What do you think? They probably figured it out. Okay, let's go full view on Fabi game. Actually, we forgot to check out our boy Richard. Did he make it above 70% accuracy? Let's have a look. So screen mode. What is Richard up to? Hey, let's go. 80%. 80%. Nice. He improved his accuracy by 10% with the last move. So it was f3 by Guki, a4, 5. So energetic. You know what? I have my money on Rapport in this game. I love the style that he's playing with, and somebody asked me earlier in the stream if how much do you use rules from normal chess? You tell me after watching this opening. This is against any rule of chess. Not putting pawns in the center. Pushing pawn randomly on the side. Sacrificing a pawn. Crazy stuff. Very entertaining. Okay, see, so yeah, it's very strange situation because on 3 boards of the tournament they have same position. Almost same structure. Just e3 and e6 in Fabi game, and Hikaru's game as well looks very similar. Will all boards have the same result? I mean, we will see. Did Nodirberg. Wait, what is this stream? What are these guys? What are these guys streaming? Okay, this guy is staying on the phone. At least I am not staying on the phone. Okay. Back to the main games. So we were watching this. Queen e6 and then queen e3. So both players moved the queen, except there's a major difference to White's advantage. White is placing the queen behind the pawns. So you always need to push pawns first, because the pawns will open up the path for pieces. Now Magnus is in a very awkward situation with the queen placed in front of his pawns. So he's not gonna have a pawn break, not gonna have a way to enable good squares for his pieces. Really big trouble for the Norwegian. Look at this Fabi and Hikaru game. Almost look the same. Do we have anyone in the confession booth? Nobody's confessing. Is that Richie? It's probably Richie. Looks like a shirt Richie would wear. Yeah, that's him. Nobody hanging out in the chairs. So this means we'll have to just get a vibe check of the players. Here we have Fabi. Hello, Fabi.
My idea generally was that I could go knight c6 in these positions and sack the c-pawn, but I was trying to make it work and I couldn't. So I was looking for another idea, like d6, b6. None of them really satisfied me. So kind of by default, I ended up with this stupid maneuver, queen e6, and the idea is to go d3, queen d6, and then knight c6. And I think it's not terrible, but it's certainly a little bit worse for black. Yeah, at least it's one of the peculiarities of this format, that you get to make moves like this.
Yeah, obviously.
Damn, we missed important details. Hopefully, by the way, the stream works fine, because I realized accidentally this thing had the sound on, and I didn't realize. So you guys let me know in the chat if you think something is weird with the sound. I'm doing my best to avoid any technical struggles, but I'm a lonely streamer fighting against the endless realm of technical trouble. I need worthy chatters like you. Let me know if there are problems. Okay. E3 played after 10 minutes by Fabi, a move that one could make instantly. I don't like that this is getting very symmetrical. Probably gonna be an easy draw, and we will have tie breaks. I don't really see a way to spice things up. I mean, the only difference that we will see in the position is that white will get to push g4 and black will not mirror but will play g6. So, okay, you can advance your pawn all the way to g5, but then even if you push, open up the file, I mean, it's not like you will ever infiltrate. Or maybe I'm underestimating white's potential, could also be the case. But let's see. Okay, let's go back to Richard. Out of all the games. No, you know what? Some interesting events happening in the Gamer game. G5 Nepo took it. Interesting. Going G3 wasn't so bad either. Just staying flexible. Saying, come on, Vincent, push it if you want it. That would be a loose move. He took it instead. Black took back with the queen, and after bishop e3, you're dealing with a pretty sticky situation, because if you go back with the queen, I actually don't see an immediate problem of that move, as the pawn on c5 is already well protected by both the bishop and the rook. So any queen move was possible, except Vincent decided to complicate things. And he made a good move. The computer thinks rightfully so. Wait, what am I missing? Bishop takes g5. Bishop takes g1. Check. Isn't that winning a piece? Am I blind? Wait, so what am I missing? Oh, bishop g5, he will just recapture. Your queen is trapped. You can go d4. I will en passant. Your queen is still trapped. Look at this. What? Bishop g5, he will just recap. And then he's keeping your knight out of the game. That's a genius move. Holy smokes, I thought it's just a cheap trick, but it turns out to be a genius move. Look at Vincent. We have to take a look at the players. Yes, Nepo confused. Wow. Look at that. That's a concerned Nepo right there. Nepo put his thinking cap, of course. Difficult position. Vincent positioned his chair in an interesting manner. He's got the jacket facing Nepo. That's pretty spooky. Do you think that's like a psychological trick? Sacrificing queen, then the flying jacket looking at you in the eyes. Probably Nepo is unbothered. Do you have any action in the confession booth? Oh, we got Vincent. Look at him. He's got a neck pullover. Okay, we're gonna follow Vincent. Okay, surely if we hide behind the plant, Vincent is not gonna notice. Okay, Nepo made a move. Nepo made a move. Let's watch Vincent. Queen has been captured. He will recapture immediately. A very important point, everybody. If you go for the tempting queen grab, intermezzo, gonna be a cold shower. So, wow, d4 on the board, very important addition. If you're not playing d4, your knight will remain out of the game for good. So after pawn d4, en passant, we see bishop g1. Let me believe king takes on g1 will happen. Playing for h3, king h2. I think Vincent is chilling.
Sure, he's also he can't help.
Why do we get the sound randomly? That's spooky. Stop doing that. Magnus in big trouble against Nodir. Oh, and we have a big play in Fabi's game. Fabi not playing
Want
it
to look
safe.
at
Not safe at all. D3, D4. Now it's up to Maxime. Will he find a way to tame Fabi's central pawns? Can he simply get away with a symmetrical English type of move like bishop f6 or b6? Let's check in with a computer. Whoa, g5. Nah, that cannot be a good move. Nice. Nice, g5. Maxime loosening up. I think he had to play bishop f6 or b6. Guys, look at this. Do I have stockfish in my veins? How can I guess the best two moves in the position? That is inhuman. Why am I doing commentary and not playing professional chess? Such a waste of time and talent. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Okay, G5. Does Maxim want to play for a win? No, I mean, he knows G5 is not the best move, but why is he doing it? Maxim, why are you doing this to yourself? G5. Let's take a look at Fabi. That's not Fabi. Here is our boy. Let's try to read his mind. G5. Why is Maxim so aggressive? G5. Can't be the best move, but in the meantime we cannot miss the confession booth.
B7, he will just have a better ending. So that's kind of the problem, that I relied on f4 not being too great because of b5, but I actually don't think that b5 was that great. I mean, there was an interesting option to go b5, knight, b5, d5, but that also, yeah, I was not really sure. And yeah, what I played bishop b6, it can't be a great move. I mean, bishop b6, bishop f2 again, I think g5 also not a good move, but I assume that he must have blundered that after fg, queen g5, bishop e3, there's this c4 move, because I think if he just plays f5 instead of fg, his position should be somewhere between better and clearly better. And now after c4, I'm quite happy with my position. Unless I blundered something quite big, I think my position can't really be worse. Like, I will, after bishop g5, take fg5, and this queen on g1 is trapped, so I will win back the material, and then he still has this issue to solve with the knight on a1, so I assume he will have to play d4 to force me to take cd en passant, so that he gets rid of the c4 pawn, which strangles the knight on a1, cd, cd, and then I can even castle with check if I want to, bishop f3, yeah, bishop g1, king g1, and maybe, let's say, h5 here or something. In the least case, I think I'm not worse. Maybe I can even push for something, certainly after my opening, which I'm not really proud of. I can say I'm quite happy with the position that I got now, unless I really missed something quite big.
By the way, I wanted to say this for a while, but I've also seen some older videos of Kamer analyzing chess, and I have to say he's really gifted when it comes to explaining a position of chess or explaining his thoughts. So this may sound a little bit idiotic, like, of course, he's a top player, he understands what he's doing and all that, but I'm telling you, understanding and playing good chess is not the same as explaining it clearly for somebody. So Vincent is very skilled at that, like he explained all the details, how the knight was being strangled by the pawn, why d4 is going to be played. Yeah, that's my take on it. I was, okay, I didn't really watch like so many videos of him, but for instance, one that comes to mind, he was analyzing a game that he played after winning the Grenke Open, like maybe 6-7 years ago. It's sort of when he started getting really famous around the chess world, winning a super tournament at 13 years of age, something like that. Okay. G5. Things are looking good for Fabi. What are we doing, Fabi? D5 would be something that comes to mind. It doesn't work immediately, but when your opponent is attacking on the side, you want to look for a central strike. Also, can we just play a simple move onto G3, or is that a bit too slow? In my opinion, out of the opening, Vincent #1 in the world. You mean in freestyle chess or in normal chess? In normal chess, Not super clear who is the best prepared player in the world. It used to be Anish Giri for a long period of time and probably still there. Who are the big theoreticians nowadays? Let me think. In all chess? Okay, I think that's a bit exaggerating. Keimer is good, but I mean, it's too big of a discrepancy between, let's say, he should be in top 5 or top 10 in classical chess to be best prepared, I think. Tough to say. Because Arjun Erigaisi, of course, knows openings, but he plays everything. And more so like targeting opponent's repertoire and trying to make him uncomfortable. Oof, difficult to say. I don't wanna make a guess on it. I don't wanna. It's hard to make a guess on it. Who is even the best prepared player in the world? Also, Abdusattorov is, I believe, top 10 right now, and he seems to suffer in openings. Especially a game that comes to mind was his loss against Arjun Erigaisi in the Queen C2 Nim, so he was just... He gave away an easy advantage. Tough to say, guys. I cannot put a finger on it. So let's forget about who's the best prepared player in the world discussion. Let's not worry about that. And yeah, I mean, why are we ignoring Fabi when it comes to that? I think his openings are pretty good. Fabi's got good openings. According to some players, he's not that talented but has good openings and good work ethic. So there is that. G5, what should we play? First of all, does black have a frat? We gotta be careful because CD, ED, all these trades, if you're not careful, there's gonna be a bishop b6 move. So if we just play h3, let me show you this variation. It's quite beautiful. There could be... Bang! Oh, free knight for me? Yes, free knight. Take it, please. There's gonna be bishop b6. King and queen caught under the same diagonal. So, such danger does exist in the position. So, a move like king h1, bit subtle for my taste, but probably wouldn't be completely idiotic. I wouldn't do it now, but can be considered. Can we try to hit black with the same poison? D5. Take, take. Come on, MVL, take it. Boom. Yeah, problem is after knight before bishop b3, there is c4. That doesn't work same way. So, trying the trick, but not working. And we have a move by Fabi. Bishop d2. Apparently not the best. Curious to see which one would have been better. Apparently, bishop, knight, or queen d2 were the top 3 choices of the computer. Bishop d2 still keeps a small advantage. Things are looking good for Fabi, I've gotta say. Maxime has played a very aggressive move. I don't like Maxime's g5. But if he plays g4, maybe Fabi is in time with the idea we've mentioned. ED, CD, knight takes, queen takes. And then you're not playing for this trick, you're just playing e4. What? Fe, knight e3, knight takes, or just take it right away, hitting the rook. Yes, that's the play. And if you take with the queen, rook e1, you don't have a good queen move. Crazy how much worse you can be so quickly. Oh yeah, queen e6. Not the best move. Not the best move. I was looking at the engine and I didn't look on the board. I'm trying to understand this. Bishop b3, queen a2. Oh, now tactics. Oh, not this, but oh yes, rook e8. Wow. So I think Maxime is very likely to play g4, trying to close this side, and then d5 is a great opportunity for Fabi. Okay, this is looking pretty good.
The players, as we saw.
Looking pretty good for Fabi, rooting that g4, d5 happens. In the meantime, let's have a look on the other boards, because I'm curious what is happening in the games between Hikaru and the other one by Vidit, because they had same position like Fabi, more or less. So if we go to this view,
This game, first game was a.
Hikaru is very symmetrical. I don't know why I'm looking at it with the black pieces. Will he break with d4? I don't know. It felt like a very courageous move from Fabi. Not sure Hikaru will take the same approach. My instinct was to play for g4 break, but not sure so good anymore. And if we go ahead and check out Vidit, oh, look at Richie Rapport. Gukesh is fianchettoing the knight. This is brutal. Ah, the knight fianchetto. g4, great move. I'm afraid this creative play may backfire for Richie. Wow. So Vidit with the white pieces. Ah, interesting. So notice that Prague was the one to go for aggressive play first. So he didn't just keep it symmetrical like the other guys did. But he went for b5 himself, trying to go for this queenside counterplay, thematic for the English opening. C takes. Ah, and then Vidit does not capture, but plays z4. Oof. What do you do as black? There is there's obviously a free pawn that can be captured. Probably too risky. Huh, knight c3. Ramesh baby is going for it. Come on, Ramesh. Bishop takes. There's no way he's gonna bite. No. Ramesh baby took on e4 first. Will he take on a2 the move after? Nah, that's still like too risky. Oh, I think I get the idea. So Prague is preparing to deploy this bishop b5 move. If you move the rook, then I'm gonna have f4. So this forces VD to play bishop e2. He wants to go for the trade, and then he takes on a2 in a much safer version. Except you resign. What? How do you resign here? Why is this +4? I don't get it. Oh. You resign because of this. Of course. He still cannot take, so he just does this for sake of the bishop trade. There will be takes, bishop b5 trade, and then he will play knight c6 like a normal move. Yes. The version was everything but safer. Okay. Now back to the knockout stage.
And it'll cover 2 games at once.
How's Magnus doing?
But the good
Magnus is... So we left things here. Now, to get a nice position as white, all you need to do is enable the d4 push somehow. Magnus obviously is aware of this and will try to be tricky. How can we prepare it? It's either we do b3 or bishop e2. So white needs to play knight c2, preparing d4. Also, white can play knight b3. I think that's the way to do it. I would play knight b3 here. Taking the pawn on c5 is possible, but then queen e4, somewhat annoying. So I think knight b3 is what the position is calling for. Magnus might do d6, and then I want to play d4 simply. Although with d4, I gotta be careful about tactics on the long diagonal. So maybe I can start king h1, and then you do something. Maybe b5, try to complicate. Yeah, b5 probably not so bad here. b5 still, I have bishop e2 with d4 next. So if you lock things up, maybe this is not so bad for Magnus. I don't know. I don't know why. It looks like white will be able to maneuver around slowly, but the computer doesn't fully hate this position. So in the meantime, we have d3 by Nodi. d3, much slower approach than I was expecting. d3 is a signal that white may be tempted to play for bishop c3, answering b5 with b3. He wants to put this knight on c2, this knight on d2. He wants to go g4, bishop g3, break with f5, and then ultimately with g5. This seems to be Nodirberg's plan. So pawn here, knight here, Knight here. G4. Bishop goes there. This guy has to go to F3. And then we play chess. Okay, this is understandable because white is having a pawn structure that is resembling the Botvinnik English. So if you guys don't know what the Botvinnik English is, I'll just show you in a second. If you go for English opening and then you play the 4 knights, this is something that Abdusattorov plays quite a lot with the white pieces. This is one of his favorite weapons. So it's very natural that, of course, he is confident pushing pawn to d3, not going all the way, rushing Marozzi. So you get yourself a nice little Botvinnik English structure. Then knight c2, c3, g4, bishop g3. He's in full control. Magnus cannot really go for any annoying pawn breaks. It's just gonna be a matter of squeezing. So looking very pretty for white.
Guess in the chat what it is. Looks.
Okay. Do you have any developments at Fabi? Yes, Maxim played queen g7. Apparently with a large advantage for Fabi. Let's check the confession.
I think that's okay. I saw that Arjun played bishop f6 instead of g5. In the same position, I didn't like then if white goes bishop f3 that sometimes d5 can come, and I didn't really see a plan. I didn't like cd, I didn't like releasing the tension, so that's why I tried to put a bit more tension instead.
Okay, I cannot really hear what they're saying in this confessional booth, but I hope it was something interesting. Let's go, Fabi, let's go. Queen g7, bad move. What do we play here with Fabi? Isn't that just enabling pawn to d5? The queen no longer is fighting for it. What do you guys think? Should white play d5? Do we have the right timing? Nope. Fabi goes in, saying hello to this pawn on d6. d6 is a pawn that cannot be protected by a pawn, which signals Mr. Fabiano that could be a target. Therefore he goes in. Can black take? Taking is possible, but I like it. Knight b5, creative move. Let's get a vibe check. Maxim is about to make a move. I know when Maxim is about to make a move. Never mind. He's not. Oh. What have I told you? Knight capture. Pawn capture by Fabiano. Knight going to e7. And probably we're gonna have pawn to a4 by Fabi. I would be surprised if he defends with a piece move. I'd rather keep flexibility for the bishop and play a4. So let's see. Okay guys, I'm getting some feedback from our producer. Let me try to do something for you. So if we go here, how do you like this? So bad. Please put another piece theme. It's the freestyle, come on. We have to roll with their stuff. We're hiding their logo. At least we will roll with their stuff. I think that's fair. Wait a second, this layout is actually pretty fire. I can just leave you with this on the stream and I can go for a barbecue or something. Now this is pretty good. Increase the size. Just for you, our moderators can have special requests. There you go. If it's too big, then problem. This is just enough. Okay. Oi, oi, oi. 97. What do I play? Is Fabi gonna go a4? I'm curious to see what the computer thinks. Let's go back to this. Wow, so computer wants to go DC. If Fabi finds that move, he actually has some pressure. Taking with the rook is a big mistake. There's gonna be pawn to b4 or knight d4. Are you guys 100% sure that MVL is gonna take with a pawn in this position? I don't know what to say. Taking with the pawn, then you're wondering why do I have the rook here? I mean, you started with the rook on initial position like that, so that can be a reason, but wait, did Fabi play DC? Yes, let's go. DC. Great move by Fabi.
Magnus.
Fabi is cooking. Now we need Maxim to take with the rook. Also, bishop takes is is not so good. I think Maxim might be tempted to play bishop b5. This is a Maxim move. Let's see. Bishop b5 can get in trouble. Okay, let me try to do something here. Let me copy myself. I'm trying to listen to the producer. Our gifted producer, Chris. How do you like this, guys? How do you like this layout? This is so funny. Chess.com banned me from live chat. Then be careful. We also have mods. Also, let me get rid of the Coca-Cola drink. C Squared is not sponsored. Okay, I can just chill here. This is pretty good. Myself bigger. Okay, I'm gonna put myself in the back of MVL. I'm gonna try to be annoying. I'm gonna stay there. Is that better? So I can be there. I can also stay there. Can also be there. Pick the one you guys like. Lower right or a lower middle or there. Okay, I think I'm gonna stay here. This one is maybe reasonable. What is Maxim going to play? I'm predicting bishop b5 from Maxim. Oh no, he's gonna take on c5. I think Maxim Maxim is ready to take on c5 with a piece or something. I don't think he takes b5 by his gesture. It looked like he was reaching for the c5 pawn. I could be wrong on that though. The game is about to heat up. Fabi just a little bit below 40 minutes. Oh no, he took with the pawn. That was the best move. Still, Fabi keeps a large advantage, plus 0-4, if he finds bishop c3, a4, which I'm pretty sure even my cactus can play. I don't have a cactus, but if I bought a cactus, you would be able to find these two moves. Come on, Fabi. Bishop c3, a4 will be two moves that are easy to play, and let's try to evaluate the position a little bit afterwards. So the computer is suggesting queen to one of these two squares. Queen h6 feels weird from a human perspective because it allows queen g3, creating a pin. So queen g6 is more human. We'll see a4. And then apparently this position is kind of meh for black. Question is, why is knight d5 not so good? We will have to keep our bishop, only move to do so bishop e5. And then if black tries to exchange it, The problem is that, oh, look at this. Bishop takes, rook takes, and now white has a great move. Can you guys find the best move for white in this position? White has a great concept, a great idea that will completely turn the tables in his favor. I will give you a hint. First, you have to identify the weak square. How do you do that? It needs to be a square that can be controlled by a white pawn, but not by the black pawns. Once you identify that square, you gotta maneuver your knight towards it. So the best way to do so in this position would be knight e1. I'm wondering if there is a problem with knight a3. Knight a3 reasonable move as well. The problem is that if you're doing it this way, you're gonna be a victim for knight f4. And you cannot capture the knight because of the checkmate. So for this reason, knight e1 is better, because against rook g7, well, there is simply rook takes on c5. And if gf4 line, knight f4, I have my knight that protects. So we have moves. Bishop c3, queen g6, like predicted. This is looking really good. a4. a4 will be played by Fabi pretty quickly. Come on, Fabi. Let's go, Fabi. Fabi in a great position. He's got Maxim with the weak square. a4 only move. Will be played. Let's try to analyze. So a4. a4. Now, Maxim obviously knows knight d5 there will be met with bishop e5. So what if Maxim tries to play bishop c7? Preparing knight d5. Now, this would give Fabi time to consider bishop f3. And if gf4, ef4, bishop takes, this is a pretty long forcing line that turns out to be amazing for white. Somebody asked earlier in the stream, what are the similarities of Fischer random with chess 960? Well, this is just a normal position of chess. Doesn't feel like Fischer random anymore, and white is clearly better because black is lacking the fianchetto bishop, and we do have dark square bishop, mating ideas, weak pawn on c5 and a7, weak pawn on e6, rook e1 incoming, bad bishop also. Fabi is cooking. Fabi is certainly cooking here. And it's going to be very interesting to see what Nordirberg is doing against Magnus Carlsen, because if Fabi wins, he will be playing the winner of that match. So it's a question of what we want. Let's think about it together and debate. So in this position on the board, there is this game between Magnus and Nordirberg. If Nordirberg wins, the score is tied. Do we want to see Fabi playing against Nordirberg? Or do we want to see Fabi against Magnus? What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. I mean, statistically speaking, he would have better odds against Nordirberg. But from a show perspective, everybody wants to see a match between Fabi and Magnus, recreating the World Championship match. So, in the meantime,
Look at him leaned over the board like.
Oh my God, these guys have been aggressively joining my stream 10 times. It's starting to be tilting. In the meantime, so yeah, Fabi just played a4. Maxim is thinking. Hikaru. Hikaru not getting much against Arjun. This looks like a draw. How are the interesting games going? So Prague apparently equalized against Vidit from that crazy position, while Gukesh seems to have a pretty large advantage against Rapport. Gukesh is in a must-win for the match situation, but his position looks good. So let's go back to our boy. Here we have Fabi. A4 played. Maxim to move. Bishop c7. Bishop f3 is very interesting, but also Bishop c7 knight e1 is very interesting. Let's see. Let me get rid of the arrows. Okay, guys. I'm thinking maybe now it's a good time for my break. I had no breaks since the stream started, so maybe I can either leave you with the gimbal or leave you with the Fabi game. I think I'm just gonna leave you with the Fabi game, and I'm gonna take a 10-minute break, and then we'll stream the whole thing. So yeah, I'm just gonna go for the break because otherwise I don't want to do it when players will be in time scramble. So now seems like an appropriate time. So before I do that, let me do this, and we'll be right back. Okay. Sorry for the longer break, guys. It is the only break that I take during the stream, so I'd rather have a single longer break than many shorter breaks. So now we should be good to go. Let's get rid of that text. And I was watching the stream actually, and I noticed Fabi's position just got so much better while I was gone. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe I should just not be hanging around. And Fabi wins. Also, did Fabi just miss a winning opportunity? No, come on, knight c4. How can you give this move a question mark? Evaluation remains the same and it's very natural. What is chess.com doing? Knight c4, great move. Lying to the viewers. Bishop e7 and, well, many interesting opportunities. Most natural move on the chessboard, bishop f3. I think will be played by Fabi and 95 accuracy. You know what? I think I will also get myself a coffee and then we will be good to go for the rest of the show. By the way, I was thinking about this. Should I add the time situation? Let's see how that looks like. Do you guys wanna cover the freestyle? I'd rather not cover the freestyle. I'd rather have it covering chess.com like this. Oh, okay, maybe keeping it like this, not so bad. Keeping the clock also. Okay. Stream looking pretty good. More important, position looking pretty good. Let's see. Bishop f3. Come on, Fabi. He's looking at it for sure. Alternative of the computer is to take, but allowing knight e4 does look annoying, so I would probably not do that, and I will just grab a quick instant coffee. Excuse me. Also, I see it's like a positive trend for Fabi whenever I leave the chair. So let's see if it keeps repeating. Woohoo! Bishop f3. Nice. Very nice. Bishop f3, of course. Most natural move in the position. For Maxim, probably time to play knight d5 and restrict that bishop. Let's see. Wait a second, guys. I'm getting some instructions from our producer. Okay, I think I understand the instruction. Okay, how do you guys like this? Wait, am I muted? I don't think I'm muted. No, there's no way I'm muted. No, I was just adjusting the clocks. Guys, come on. You're ignoring the streamer mastery. Come on, guys, look at those clocks. How do you like the clocks, Chris? Is this the idea you had? I separated white from black. I don't need to be talking. Fabi's chess speaks for itself. I don't need to explain anything. Speaking of that, by the way, do we have any updates of the reason why Hans Niemann decided to withdraw last moment? I haven't been catching up with the recent chess Twitter or X. Put that clock down next to score sheet. Next to score sheet. Huh. Okay. So I'd imagine this is what Chris wants. So I'll have to do this. Maybe this is it. And about Maxim position, yes, knight to d5 probably has to be played. Otherwise, if you play rook to d8, you're letting that bishop. Okay, to be honest, knight d5 has drawback that bishop d6. It's problematic. So maybe I would play rook d8 if I was Maxim. Stop this bishop d6. But then the problem is bishop d6 happens regardless, because against rook d7, then there's going to be knight e5 intermezzo. So it looks like Fabi will get bishop d6 no matter what. So then it makes sense to just put knight on d5. Okay, what else to do? Ugly position. Separate, okay, where the score sheets are. Okay, let me adjust that. So I wonder if Chris just wants to have something like this. I think he wants to go creative. He's a creative guy. gotta crop them better for that though. So it can be the clock goes there. And now the black one gotta go there. Oh, I covered the pieces. Fair point. Next to the score sheets. Dude, there are 2 score sheets. Which one? Make up your mind. uh, here? I can live with them here. Empty table side. Okay, okay, okay. Next to Fabi's score sheet. See? It's like talking to ChatGPT. You gotta give it a good prompt and it will do the job. It's all about that good prompt. Now it will be perfect. Although I crop these times like a bitch, I will just delete them. So Chris wanted them to be separate. So I will do it like this, 1, and then like this, 2. So the streamer mastery about to be unleashed. Yes. It takes years of hard work and dedication to get to these Streamlabs skills. Okay. Almost there. And this is what you call perfect chess clocks. Do you guys like this? No need to connect them. You want isolated clocks, like isolated pawns. I got it. How about this? Do you have any moves in the meantime? No moves. Bishop f3. Maxim thinking. Is he really? He has to play knight d5. What else? Yes, Christian. Join the stream. Let's do some analysis. The chat wants you. Copyright? Yes. How do I do that? How do you copyright something? Wow, Maxim took. pawn capture will be played pretty quickly, and the Fabi's got well, this is like perfect scenario. Fabi is much better and the position looks exactly like real chess, except I don't remember the last time when Maxim was so much worse in real chess. Like Maxim positions look so bad. Maybe last time he had something like this in his childhood. How do you protect this? We need a patent. Yes. But how do you do that? Do you have to like reach out to your government, or what's the procedure? I know to do only one procedure, and it's not that. It's not the patent procedure. So rook d8 played by Maxim. Yeah, but now bishop c7 is what Fabi will play. Predicting bishop c7, getting exactly what we wanted. Let's go, Fabi. Let's go. I told you guys, we had a rough time with the qualification, but as long as you qualify, it's like Team Italy in football. Okay, you like barely make it, scoring some last-minute goal. But then once you make it, you just win all the 1v1 matches once you make it out of the groups. Look at Fabi. That's such a chill guy move. B3. Come on, Maxim, do something. You're packed. What are you gonna do? You have no moves. Everything you do will backfire. Wow, B3. No, Fabi will play, he's on the same bracket as Magnus, Chris. I did my homework. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Fabi is gonna be on the same bracket with Magnus. How is Magnus doing? Magnus still worse, but at least recovered somewhat of his disadvantage. Plus, okay, he's got a strong knight. White has some weak pawns. Magnus good chances to do a comeback, although still much worse on time. So not clear what will happen here. In the meantime, looks like Hikaru is getting slowly outplayed. This is a crazy match against Arjun Erigaisi. And wow, knight takes on c4. Very cool tactic against hanging pawns. Was setting up b5, and then he's got strategic advantage against Isolani. Okay, knight d5 would be very interesting to see if Arjun can squeeze with the two bishops. Would be very nice endgame. The problem is white is gonna have to allow knight e4, and then the pawn gets together. And you have isolated pawn. I have also bishop pair. Predicting a win here by Arjun. What is Kamer doing? Okay, I mean, we left the game here. Okay, castling was a nice touch. Tuk Tuk. He's still like somewhat worse in this endgame always. All of these seem reasonable. Yan remains slightly better, but shouldn't be anything realistic, I guess. Although, huge time gap. So maybe still some chances to squeeze something for Nepo, although I don't really see a plan. I don't see a pawn break. And even if you somehow magically win e5 by trading bishop for knight, I mean, the rook endgames should be quite holdable. We'll see. How are the other games going? Prague is making at least a draw, it seems. And Gukesh has a comfortable edge with looks like even pawns, but bishop pair advantage. Is it even pawns? 6 against 6. That looks about even. The problem is you're about to lose a pawn. So lose a pawn plus bishop pair. Okay, let's go back to our boy. Fabi. Let's go, Fabi. Let's go. Oh my god, he made that face almost hearing some noise. He was like, why is an idiot screaming my name? I cannot focus. Let's go, Fabi. Let's go. B3. What a move. Imagine playing B3. 94. I would immediately take. I don't understand why the computer just goes queen e2. Taking is also large advantage with rook c3. I mean, bishop e5, rook lift, come on. MVL allows it. Wow. Okay, if Fabi plays queen e2, he's alpha 0. But I'm predicting takes and rook c3. I mean, from a human perspective, just looks resignable. Rook lift makes it, king is weak. I mean, looks like you lose queen by force. But there is rook d3, a bit annoying, but still. Okay, let's see Fabi dealing with 94. Is there a way to the clock also in this camera angle? No, you cannot see like the real clock, but you see clocks, the digital ones on the screen. Okay, let me close computer moves. I don't like to use computer moves. The question is, are we gonna get any tie breaks today? It looks like we might have a tie break in the game between Nepo and Kamer, if you know, unless Nepo somehow magically squeeze a win out of that position, which I highly doubt if you ask me. What do I think? But Nepo, okay, with 50 minutes against 9, everything is possible. When you're playing against such player that's pressing and you have no time, even though the position is still very close to a draw with no time, just very difficult. You can lose any drawn theoretical endgame with no time. Okay. I'm liking this queen e2 move more and more, which I think Fabi will play. There is no need to rush with the take. Queen e2 simply preparing to take and then do rook c3. Question is, queen e2, how do we deal with a move like bishop c6? Because this is probably how Maxim will try to improve the position. But see, queen e2 is so nice, not only pressuring the knight, but also taking into account that black may be willing to do that. So after queen e2, I doubt you can go bishop c6 because there will be knight a5 with a tempo, and there is no easy way to defend the pawn on a6. I mean, yes, you have rook d2 attacking my queen, but I can just take for free. Bishop on f3 keeps everything safe. So if Fabi plays queen e2 now, I think very likely to win. Taking on e4 allows Maxim to make it a bit messy. It's the move that I would play. But queen e2 I think will be leading to very safe path. And it's a great game played so far by Fabi. I gotta say, This was incredibly precise the whole time, what Fabiano played. It feels very good to watch. I just feel smarter myself by watching him play chess. Pretty nice. Also, yesterday, it was interesting concept. He started off really nicely from the opening, then somehow it complicated. And queen e2 on the board. Wow. Such a composed move. Queen e2. I mean, if you're not careful, one day the queen can also get trapped. Not immediately, of course. Bishop covers h5 through the black queen, but if this guy ever leaves, you gotta also watch out for that idea. How are you guys doing in the chat? Do you feel the win? Do you feel Fabi? Fabi is in the zone. Look at Fabi. If that doesn't look like a man which is in the zone, I don't know what else. Bishop c6 on the board. Wait. Didn't we discuss knight a5 wins? Am I missing something? I haven't checked it with the computer. No, come on, knight a5 must be the move. It's probably only that MVL plans to hide the bishop in the corner. We take on a6 with the queen and then you go rook d2, hopefully bluffing some compensation. I think Fabi will go knight a5. Although it's not like you necessarily have to rush with it. I can always just do rook fd1. Yeah, I think maybe rook fd1 even more clever. You don't have to rush, but who am I trying to fool? I know myself. I would go knight a5 and take. Let's see what the computer wants. Let's watch it together. Suspense moment. What? Knight a5 is not even the top move? Wait, what's wrong with knight a5? Also, how is bishop takes on e4 the best move? That one I don't really understand. Oh, look at this. Bishop e4 is best because you cannot take with a bishop. There will be rook c3, rook g3 unstoppable. I mean, unless you play bishop h4, but doesn't look sustainable. Wow, so bishop takes on e4 is very important move right now. Let's go back to the main board. Bishop takes on e4 now. Okay, Fabi has to find it. The rest of the moves are not clear, and if you go knight a5 for the Patzer line that I suggested, apparently, wow, Maxime would have a great chance of a comeback with knight d2. Yes, this is very messy. This should not be allowed. I would have allowed it, of course, but Fabi doesn't allow such things. And he played the almost second best move, so he didn't take on e4, but he throws in bishop c7. I don't know how I feel about it. He's planning to play knight e5. This actually looks like a great move from a practical point of view. Not the top computer choice, but definitely a good move. I would give bishop c7 a good move. Yes, you can manually add that. You know what? Bishop c7. I will give it a golden pawn. It's how much I like this move. Except the pawn is covering it. No, I want to give it a star. No, that's not the star move of the game. The star move of the game is this b3. This b3 is the star move. Okay. Bishop c7 wooden spoon? No, bishop c7 is... I will give it the shocked move. I would be shocked if my opponent played bishop to c7. But... it could also be a move that says GG. And It's very likely that we will see rook d4, which is a move that could as well start screaming tilt. So we might see bishop c7, rook d4 next, and then Fabi plays knight e5. So if you're curious, the first line of the computer is rook d4, knight e5, forcing queen e8, and then Fabi manages to eliminate the dangerous bishop, push the rook back, and then rook c4 is like an easy win, winning the pawn. So for this reason, MVL needs to go rook b4. But then after the same clever idea, notice how rook b8 is not possible to back up. Now Fabi's winning this. Fabi's got it. Fabi knows what's up. Ah, bishop f6, interesting. So already sacrificing exchange. I have a feeling Fabi is gonna ignore and will play knight e5. Just to play for control. But we'll see. We're also getting big viewership on the stream. 65 people. Very happy to have all of you watching. Feel free to type something in the chat if you have any questions. I may look like an NPC, but I do read chat, so I'm not a total NPC. Now, bishop f6, Fabi to think, 18 minutes left. Big moment of the game. I am predicting knight e5. Knight e5 is a Fabi move. Come on, Fabi. Go for it. Do we have anyone in the confessional booth? Nobody in the chairs. And the gimbal is pretty lazy, which means we're just gonna stick with this man. This is our guy. This is the legend. Fabi. He doesn't look like a chef, but he's definitely cooking. This is the position. Knight e5. Or will he take the rook? Big decision. Big decision. Can we make a poll in the chat? Let's make a poll. I will try to make a poll from my phone. I am a moderator on C-Squared, so I should be able to make a poll. That's not how you do it. I forgot how to do a poll. I want to make a poll for taking on d8 or knight e5. If we still have any moderators, that would be appreciated, but it's also not mandatory. We can live without the poll. I will give you 65% Fabi plays knight e5, and the rest he will take the rook. This is how I evaluate the situation. What would you guys do? Would you take the rook immediately? Or would you forget that the rook is attacked? I would take in a blink. I would take and probably play knight e5. What is best according to the computer? So best according to the computer is... oh, he took on e4. So he's going for similar line. Bishop takes. Great move according to the computer. Let's see. Maxime will take with the bishop on the board. Now, very important, Fabi no longer has the option of playing knight e5. He's committed to taking and then centralizing. Now Fabi has to take, and I think Maxim will throw in a check. I think it's important not to take because knight e5 makes the bishop passive. I would like to have my bishop cross the border first and then take. This is very important. Now I know just style of Maxim as a player, he will surely give bishop check in this position. I don't have any doubts. It's like both moves are even according to the computer, but 80% Maxim gives a check. It's the human thing to do, putting the bishop on a more active square. 80% he checks, 20% captures the bishop. Let's see if your commentator is stupid. Bro, why he didn't go for the check? Why did he have to do me so dirty? Maxime, come on. You know you wanted to check. Just wanted to troll me. This is not fair. Now Fabi has to watch out. Bishop to d3 is a big threat. So there is rook d1 as a move to stop it, but even knight e5 feels stronger with a tempo. Anything is fine. Rook d1 or knight e5, both moves are good. Fabi is on the verge of winning. Maxim needs to be very precise just not to collapse immediately. Yeah, the point of knight e5 is that it kind of forces black to give up a bishop. You cannot live with a central knight in your face. But how is this line going? Knight e5, bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop d3 looks like winning the rook, but then queen to d2 saying hello to this unprotected rook. So check out this variation. It looks like knight e5 is a blunder initially, but then you are the one that's actually blundering. And I'm about to play rook f3, hit the bishop, prepare rook g3. The bishop can never move because of the hanging rook, and I might also trap your queen in the process. So knight e5. I bet this is what Fabi wants to play. No, but the thing is, bishop d3, you can never really play it realistically. I can do rook d1 to stop it at least. But this knight e5 should be enough. Come on, Fabi. We don't have all the time in the world. You have only 15 minutes left. It's true that a move such as rook d1 works. Is there a drawback with rook d1? Yeah, the problem is bishop d4 check, and then not so easy to deal with these guys. Queen h6 with a tempo, not so simple to protect the pawn. If you go rook f1, king h8, you're in big trouble. Maxim activates. We shouldn't give Maxim this. There is still danger. Why he needs to start with knight e5 right away. And why I wanted Maxim to start with the check. Now you shouldn't give him the check anymore. This is a very important moment. If Fabi plays knight e5, it might be the move that wins the game. And I do not have a French accent. You probably don't know what a French accent sounds like, but since this event is being held in Paris, it's probably not the worst thing a chatter could have said about my accent. Fabi is thinking. He needs to make a move in the next 2 minutes. This is big moment. Arguably the last critical moment of the game. Because if he finds 95... Yes, on the board. 95. Good move. Let's go, Fabi. Now black needs to take it, otherwise the position gets really bad. Really catastrophic. You can see the bar. Fabi is almost completely winning. The only thing that needs to be done is to exchange the black rook and then go for a queen trade. Let's see. Maxim is thinking, I think he will try to play quick. I'm predicting Maxim to not spend more than 2 minutes each move because he knows his position is busted and he's the type of player that tries to be quick while taking advantage of opponent's time scramble. So in a situation like this, Maxim knows you give Fabi time, he will calculate and always convert. So the only chance is to play something quick and hope that in a time scramble, anything can happen. Maxim very close to elimination. If black manages to make a draw, that would lead to a tiebreak. So additional games of 5 minutes and 2 seconds increment. However, being down in exchange, that might very well mean this is the last game for Maxim in the tournament. I give you a quick tour of all the cameras. Now we can focus on the game. And I see more people are tuning in just when Fabi is about to get the decisive result. A win might boost Fabi into a match against Magnus Carlsen. That depends, however, on the situation in the game between Magnus and Nordirberg. So if we quickly check, Magnus seems to be in trouble still. Magnus at least got himself a double-edged game. He castled. Pawns are even. The computer really likes Nordirberg, but I don't see Magnus losing this. I think Magnus will hold and that will take him into a match against Fabiano. On the other board, after I predicted Arjun will outplay and win Hikaru, tables have turned. Arjun misses a great winning opportunity, knight c3 with rook b1. Instead he plays the slow rook c8, giving Hikaru time to reroute towards the weak square, which ultimately Might even give him a position that is close to winning after rook c2. On the board, officially, Arjun is in difficult spot. While Vincent Keimer, with only 3 minutes left, seems to be making a comfortable draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi. This will be a tiebreak. These guys are gonna be going to blitz. For sure. Nodirberg found the best move, c5. He's pressuring Magnus. Nodirberg still pressuring Magnus. While we have some huge developments in the game played between Fabi and MVL. After knight e5, black took, went king h8. A very human move, but apparently if Fabi takes the pawn, that is GG. If Fabi takes the pawn, you can try rook g8. I will just defend. Then there is queen c4. Then there is rook c8. Maybe not in this order, but white should be completely winning. Fabi thinking. Let's see. Let's go, Fabi. Let's go. I'm also getting some news from our producer, Christian. If Fabi wins, we might get an interview. So, share the stream. The best move on the board. I see more and more people are tuning in as Fabi is getting closer to advancing to the next stage. We might also get an interview. Pretty exciting. I mean, Christian is gonna do the interview. I'm just gonna provide you with the stream. I wouldn't know what to ask him, but I probably have a question about the game though. But I prefer Christian interviews Fabi. I get very nervous if I have to talk to Fabi. Okay, queen g5. Queen g5. Computer suggesting rook c3, rook g3, no more attack. This is very important, however things are getting tricky. Maxim wants to play rook d2. If rook f2, rook d3 is somewhat annoying. So rook c3, rook d2, rook g3. All the counterplay is stopped. That's a critical move. If Fabi finds rook c3, that's the last fine detail. And it's such an easy move to find. Rook c3, you cannot play f4, stopping rook g3 because that hangs the bishop. Rook c3, rook d2, you just need to like not get mated in a move. And rook g3, after queen takes, I'm not taking the queen, I just take the other rook. So this is a funny tactic here. Because it's tempting to think, oh, I blundered. If I take, he takes, I'm down a piece. But the queen move has the drawback that it no longer protects the rook. So I can just take it. Queen protects mate as well. You have to retreat. But then I should be able to stay safe, push this pawn, make a luft, hide, and easily win. So Fabi needs to find his rook c3 move. Come on, Fabi. Rook c3. Fabi's got 95% accuracy this game. If he finds rook c3, that is going to be the cherry on top of a cake. What cake? A beautiful freestyle chess cake. Let's see. Rook c3. Come on, Fabi. Do they get any added time on move 40? I don't think so. Might be wrong though. But someone asked this question yesterday and I believe the answer was no. Fabi's got 10 minutes to work with, but it should be enough. The position kind of plays itself. If Fabi finds rook c3, we need to keep an eye on the Magnus game. Rook to c3. Then we should see how Nodirberg is trying to save that match. Rook c3 is not the only move, but is the only move that gives you an easy game. If you play rook f2, it leads to very weird coordination for your pieces, so I'm sure Fabi wants to stay away from that. Rook c3, an idea that was also possible earlier in the game. He surely considers it. It's a very Fabi way to win the game. Rook c3. I'm 99% certain he will find it. If he doesn't play it, then well, what do? This is a huge frat. You cannot play rook d1, you just lost a rook because you get mated. I take and then I mate you. So if you play this move, stopping rook d2, it's just a weird move. So you need to do alternative. Bang bang. h4 keeps an advantage but making it very messy. If you have to play h4, looks like things are going wrong. So rook f2 still winning, but I'd be a little bit like Rook c3, it's very easy because it's not like you have a position with extra exchange and suddenly you're lost. You know there must be something good. It's just the nature of how the game was played so far. It was a pretty natural game, even though it started as freestyle. I told you guys, 99%, he will find it. Rook c3, it's GG. Let's go, Fabi, let's go. Let's go, Fabi, let's go. 95% accuracy. And you know what? I'll give him that. Rook c3, good move, Fabi. Let's go, guys. We're advancing to the next round. Rook c3. He plays this move. Time to see what Magnus is doing. Apparently, Nodirberg is cooking. Extra exchange and queen on a very passive position. We might see a tiebreak in Nodirberg game. This will probably be a tiebreak. Nodirberg seems to be completely winning against Magnus. Oh, and my camera lagged for a second. Sorry about that. I don't know why it happened. But yeah, this is winning for white. And Hikaru is also winning. There might be no tiebreak in Hikaru's match as well. And if we look onto this bracket, if Hikaru wins, he will be facing the winner between tiebreak of Vincent against Nepo. I have to say Nepo is a favorite when it comes down to the tiebreak. He is known to be a lethal blitz player, but anything can happen. Anything can happen. Let's go back to Fabi. Oh, I forgot to click on the game. Rook to c3. Position is winning. Winning, control, Relatively easy to play, with relatively enough time on the clock. Queen G7 by Maxim. So there is no way to save the pawn on e5, but luckily you don't need the e5 pawn to win this game. White is currently up an exchange and the pawn. So once you win e5, we will still be up a clean exchange. The best move would be to go for a rook trade. Rook c1, queen e5, rook c8. I think easy to find. Rook g3 is also a good move, it's just that you don't need it. Rook g3, he will take on e5. Why do you play rook g3? For this reason, Fabiano plays rook fc1. Very good move. Let's go, Fabi. I will give him a great start. Rook c1, best move. Rook c1, rook c8 next, no matter what you do. We don't really give up e5 for free, we give it up for a rook trade. Then the last step will be to trade queens and then the game wins itself. Queen b7, wow, very interesting attempt. But isn't this allowing rook c7, queen h5 ideas? I think Maxim blundered. Rook c7, you check me, I do maybe queen f2? No, rook c7 has to be the best move. What is computer thinking? Yes, rook c7. Rook c7 or queen f2, same idea. Yes, rook c7 is GG. And we're gonna have an interview with Fabi if he wins. Christian is gonna do an interview with him. They will join on Zoom. Also, let me try to get my Zoom ready. Yes, I'll make a new Zoom meeting. Okay. I have the Zoom link created. I'll just send it to Christian when he needs it. Queen f2, very good move, same idea. No more checks. Rook c7 next, queen h4 next. What's the plan on rook g8? This is the last thing we need to figure out. Can you still do rook c7? You don't need to. Like rook g8, you have simple move g3. Resignation. There we have it. Fabiano wins. Can you hear what they're talking? Okay, guys. Fabi wins, and will be probably waiting to see a tie break, as Nodirberg is very close to winning against Magnus. Both rook e1 and also the natural b4 will be difficult to meet for the Norwegian. And in the meantime, we might be getting an interview with Fabi. I'm trying to keep in touch with Chris. So let's see. Might have to just do the share screen. Okay, so we're gonna be waiting for a bit. What game should I put on the screen? Magnus Nodi. Also, by the way, when are the tie breaks going to start? Do you guys have any idea? Are we gonna get the tie breaks immediately after the game, like in Nepo against Vincent, or are they going to wait until the classical round is over and then do the tie breaks separately? Let me know in the chat if you have any info on that. Huh, King H2. Not the most accurate. Still much better. Still much better. Okay, guys, I'm nervous. I hope the Zoom call will go okay. Let me test. So this is gonna be the Zoom meeting. Yeah, they are not gonna see my face, but you will have it for the stream. Hopefully, we're gonna see them. We're supposed to have Fabi and Chris do an interview. We'll see. This is Nodirberg. Magnus. Do you have gimbal? No, gimbal just on this game. The boys. And empty chairs. Okay, so I'm just gonna be hanging out here. And I'm gonna wait for instructions from Chris. Can I get a Magnus cam? Let me get a Magnus cam. I will do it for you guys. I will get a Magnus cam for you. You guys have been nice chatters today. You deserve a Magnus cam as a treat. There you go. There you go, guys. Respect. Okay. Da, 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 da. They're about to enter a time scramble. Also, by the way, I'm kind of curious for the tie break. Do you know if the players are gonna be having the same position, or are they gonna draw another one? I think they're gonna play from same position, but maybe they'll be tested from scratch. They'll just do another one and just play a blitz game. I would keep the same position probably. Da-da-da. Is this an easy win for Nodirberg? As easy as computer makes it look? Apparently not even +1. Rook c8 seems to be very unclear despite the extra exchange. But Magnus needs to play rook c8. On the other hand, what else? He'll probably play rook c8. Magnus about to be lower on the clock. Probably, I don't think for the first time in the game, but lower on the clock. Not good news. The only problem as white is that your knight is actually kind of trapped after b4. At least you had ideas to trade queens, play knight a6, knight b4. Now the pawn stops that idea as well. So you have an extra exchange, but your horse is not gonna get out of there. I think Magnus will survive this. Oh, we got the boys. Just give me a second. I put you on the main page, and here we go.
All right. Well, Alex, good to see you, my friend. Hello, chat, and we have Fabi after tremendous victory. Nice one, Fabi. How are you feeling?
Sick. I'm actually sick. But besides that, yeah, the result is great. Just going to think about how to try to get physically better at this point. I just woke up and slowly throughout the morning started to feel kind of ill. Nothing major, but definitely some kind of cold or something.
Still, it's the weather is pretty nice, so it's going to help with recovery a little bit. It's not rainy and everything, but tell us about the game. How do you feel about the starting position and
starting position? I actually didn't like so much because I thought like e4 is a critical move. What Jan played instantly, but I just didn't like e4 f5, and that black like starts grabbing the queenside pawns, and Jan was like optimistic, but over the board when I was thinking, I just didn't see how to play that, so I decided to play kind of symmetrical c4 f4. More or less what like 3 different games went in that direction. Hikaru was very similar. So there's like some slight variations because you can like change the setup in a million different ways. But Hikaru played kind of similar. Arjun and Maxime also played more or less identically. And there was one other game, I think Vidit and Prague also played like in a very similar manner. So yeah, and then of course once Maxime went g5, which was very interesting, I think it did kind of turn the position to a very wild one, very difficult to complicate because suddenly the pawn formation is really volatile. You know, any pawn trade can happen.
Yeah.
And then I was kind of happy that I had this knight b5, and it looked at least like my play is very harmonious. a4, knight goes to c4. I thought a6 was a mistake. And after that, my knight goes to c4 very easily, and actually I'm not sure that like a4 is much of a weakness. So it felt like maybe this is only helping white situation a bit. And after that, I think I was at least somewhat better, maybe not winning or anything, but at least with strong pressure.
Yeah, and obviously a very good start in Classical. It was a bit sweaty in the Rapid and Blitz. Bless you now. how are you feeling about your play compared to the Rapid? Obviously, that was a big hill to climb over.
And, after you play badly in Rapid and make it by some miracle, already emotionally you just feel better. So I'm I already exceeded any expectations that I at least got top 4. And no matter what happens from here on, I've exceeded whatever people were thinking.
That's kind of the key, right? To do bad in Rapid and then just climb out of that.
No, I don't think that's true. But yeah, I do realize that it does take a bit of pressure off if you don't lose your confidence.
Yeah, you will be facing the winner between Magnus and Nordirbeck. Magnus took the first one. Nordirbeck is trying to mount a comeback. It doesn't look likely right now, but he has some chances. Who do you think and who do you prefer, I guess, to play in the next round, the semifinals?
I don't really think about who I prefer because it's out of my control and I can't choose my opponents. If I would choose my opponents, they would be like 1800s and I would win every match, But I'm playing top players instead, so I can't choose who I play. And either way, it's not like you have an easy match. On paper, of course, Magnus is tougher, but it's not like any match is free. And Noterbeck is also in very good form here, so yeah, I really don't care. I mean, I do care, of course, about the match, but I don't try to worry about things that are out of my control.
Awesome, cool. All right, chat. Cheers. See you, Alex, and yeah, take over the stream, finish the games, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
Okay, this was a great meeting, specifically because I didn't have to say anything. So just how I like it. We got to see Fabi. That was very nice. It's a pity that he's a bit sick, but hopefully this win over Maxime is gonna be empowering. Surely it will be. So now you guys, silly you're stuck with your commentator. You waited 4 hours for this. Now you and me again. Such is life. What to do? But we are having this game of Nordirberg against Magnus, and I don't know what to say. Also, can I just do this? Just give me a second, guys, just to see that I'm a very professional streamer. Give me a moment. So what if I do this? I go to Magnus. Yeah, let's do this. Just give me a second, guys. Boom. Boom. And boom, look at this. Like magic, abracadabra. How did I do it? I don't know. But now we have a stream. Let's see. It's live, yes. We are live. We're currently live. Live and alive. And present in the moment. Very present. Do you have a gimbal camera? The gimbal is kind of slacking. Not much action. We'll just stick with this scene. $10 behind? No, I don't think there is any delay in footage. Now you can see the board got updated very quickly, so no delay. I don't think there's a delay. Okay, apparently Magnus just got a fortress. This is a fortress according to the computer. But white can press without any risks. Problem is black has no weaknesses and these pawns are very loose. Well, that's a good point. The organizer has mentioned that they have very serious anti-cheating measures, to quote CIA type of shit, but the delay, I guess, is not part of that. So there is no delay in the footage. Yeah, Magnus seems to be getting his ticket to play a match against Fabiano. That seems to be the case. Yeah, so I guess the tie breaks will just be played separately. In the meantime, this is the position of Hikaru. He seems to be winning a pawn against Erigaisi. So any good books for better understanding this game? You mean Freestyle Chess? It's a fresh game. I don't think there are any great writings yet. There was a Chessable course that got recently published, but I cannot tell if it's good or bad because I haven't gone over it. So let me try to give you boards as well. Let me copy this for Hikaru. Let's make some adjustments with their game too. Okay, now we're watching Hikaru. Magnus' game is going to be a boring draw. Let's try to be entertained here. So Hiki collected a pawn. I should probably not be calling him that because I'm not his friend from childhood. But considering that he's winning, he might not get too upset. These guys are in a time scramble, by the way. Both players still writing the moves. I'm not sure about the regulations that if they are forced to keep writing the moves. But when you get 30 seconds increment, kind of doesn't matter. It's just too much time not to do it. You're supposed to write in classical chess. I think it's your first here as well. In tournaments where there is no increment and you have less than 5 minutes, you have the option to stop writing the moves, except you lose the right of claiming a threefold repetition or stuff like that. Why didn't Fabi commentate his own game? I think they spoke about it. Chris asked him about the opening. He said he wanted to play e4 like Nepo suggested, but couldn't see after f5 what to do. So he played like this instead. I think they talked about the game a little bit. Rook c8. So we have a position symmetrical, except white has an outside passer and the bishop pair. This should be a technical win. Hikaru is not allowed to miss this. Be very mad if he doesn't convert. Okay, I mean, you do have to convert with 3 minutes on the clock, which is not easy. But if you had a lot of time on the clock, you're not allowed to miss this position. With 3 minutes, it's possible to miss it. Now Arjun has a good move, Rook c3. Rook c3 wins the pawn. Oh no. Looks like Hikaru blundered the pawn. I mean, he didn't blunder the pawn, but for some reason, you know, black can ignore the hanging knight. I think Hikaru mainly considered queen a4 as a move, but on queen a4 there is knight d4 counterattack. If Arjun finds rook c3, he's very much in the game, but no, queen a4, it's the natural move anyone would have played, but knight d4, Hikaru has it in control zone. Now, black ends up trading these pawns. He's down still a single pawn, but the problem is that his king will become much weaker in the process. So knight d4 instantly on the board. Yes, I think the players are forced to write the moves because you get 30 seconds increment. I don't think you have a choice. Plus, it's also not taking a lot of time. And it's not distracting either. I know it might look distracting, but after so many years of playing chess, you can do it effortlessly. Wow, bishop f7. Now Hikaru has a great move. If Hikaru finds the next move, he's probably gonna win this game for sure. Can you guys spot it? It's a brilliant move. Hikaru has double exclamation mark move. He has many good moves that keep a healthy advantage, Like bishop b5, bishop d7 is a human way of winning a pawn. But he has something even stronger. Something that will really weaken the black king. And I think he's, by Hikaru head bump, he knows the move. I think he's calculating it. Can you guys feel what it is? Yeah, I'm just looking at him on my left monitor. He looks very confident. I'd be surprised if he plays something else while doing the Hikaru head bump. Yes, he's reaching for the f5 pawn. Yes, best move. Brilliant Hikaru. Wow. I didn't have to add it myself. Oh no, you could just see Arjun eyeballs getting bigger. He forgot about this move. Now, the problem is, okay, you're winning back the piece. More so, f5 will be unprotected. So, not only you're down a pawn, you're also getting mated. Not good news for Arjun. Wait, what was that? Hiki did the finger thing? What? That was unnecessary. It distracted Arjun for a second. Well, Hikaru looks like it's winning. The Magnus game seems to be comfortably heading towards a draw. So, this is Fabi's round. Let's go back and watch Hikaru. This is the game with the most action. E6, winning back the sacrificed piece, but black is having major issues. Everything is hanging. Everything is hanging. The position is opening up, pretty much making white's bishops even more dominating. Arjun is busted. Black is losing f5 immediately. I'm not sure that he will win a3, but the light squares are going to be very, very vulnerable. This diagonal will be a problem. What a turnaround for Hikaru. So yesterday he was completely lost. Completely lost, it's according to the computer, not to a human. And today he was also worse. Managing to swindle Arjun twice. Nice turn of events for him. Arguably, he also has the easier path to the final. He might be facing Nepo or Kmar. Easier than facing Fabi or Magnus. So predicting rook f5 and oh, this is so unfortunate for black. Can you guys spot why queen takes on a3 is a blunder? Why you're not in time to take? I'll give you a hint. Problem is that the rook is undefended, so If you do this, rook f6 is the problem. Then I just collect. So black is not gonna be down a pawn with weak king. Black will be down 2 pawns with a weak king. So this is too much with the bishop pair. Arguably without the bishop pair as well. Bishop h3 just as nice. Also good move. Similar problem, queen a3 takes. That's a fork. You play g6, I think he wants rook f5. Nice trick. Bishop h3, classy move. Huh, very nice move. I missed it. I would have taken with the rook, but very nice concept here showcased by Hikaru. You don't have to rush with taking the pawn when taking it with a piece can deal even more damage. Knight g4 played. Okay, Hikaru needs to be precise. Rook c5 or queen d3. Taking the knight. Still good, but messes up the advantage. He is reaching for the queen. He is going to play queen d3. What a beast. What a beast. Less than 2 minutes, but finds the last precise move of the game. Queen d3, brilliant. Brilliant. Queen d3. Probably we will see resignation soon. Once he got the chance, he was pretty flawless. Arjun had a good position, but once he messed it up, he was gone for good. Pretty ruthless. Ruthless game. Hikaru goes for a walk. No, he doesn't even let him resign. Queen takes on f5, best move. Knight needs to block. But then queen takes knight and you don't even get to win the a3 pawn. I kind of like the color of Hikaru's jacket. I'll give you that. He's rocking that red jacket. This is the position on the board. Knight d5. For some reason, don't ask me why, queen back to f5 is the most precise. Queen f5, knight e7, and then queen c5 is what the computer wants. I would play queen f5, knight e7, queen d3 would be my instinct, but let's see what Hikaru will play. Queen c1, good enough. Just simple consolidating move, protecting the pawn. Also stopping checks. Now just time to reroute the bishop, bishop f5. On the agenda. Down 2 pawns for Arjun. Biggest problem, as somebody pointed out in the chat, the white king really is bulletproof. Bishop f1, rerouting. Do we have any developments in the Magnus game? Oh, the gimbal was hiding. What happened in the Magnus game? Let me check. Yes, the Magnus game ended in a draw, which means we will see Magnus playing against Fabiano, and we will have only one tiebreak, it looks. Vidit drew against Prague, so Prague wins the mini match, and Ricci drew against Gukesh, meaning that Rapport won the mini match. So once the Hikaru game will be over, don't go anywhere, because we will be watching the tiebreak between Nepo and Kmar. Predicting queen b1, queen b4. Almost forcing a queen trade. Now, very important as black, you have to put the queen on one of those squares. Very important concept for beginners. Never trade queens while you're down material. I prepared some exercises with this for my upcoming book. And Hikaru will start just pushing. He will push all the way to a7. And then the nice thing is that you can even sacrifice the queen. If the knight goes to c6 and the knight takes, you take, and then you win a piece, and the conversion is easy. So let's see. Let's watch the final moves. Oh no, Hikaru is ruthless. He will blackmail with the queen trade again. That is so precise. And I believe Fabi may get the prize for the most accurate game of the day. I haven't checked, but I do believe that his accuracy was close to 95%. For context, Hikaru is only 92. Very interesting. I know. Time to push. Alex the A-pawn. Go, Hiki. You got it. Push Alex. Say, go, Alex. A5. No, he still wants to... He wants to force a queen trade. He's got a side quest in this game. He doesn't want to get another queen. He wants to force a queen trade. If you manage to force a queen trade, you're collecting more Subway Surfer coins. That seems to be the mission. Bishop d3, g6, queen c5, queen d7, queen a7. That is what he wants to do. Yeah, so look at Hikaru, so ruthless. He provoked g6 so that the queen will catch the pin. That's his plan. I mean, not the only way to do it, but the most ruthless way to do it for sure. He's so happy about this idea. You can tell. Actually, does this work? Because on queen c5 there is queen e6. Queen e6, queen e5, queen this... Ah, yeah, queen e5 is a problem. You cannot keep because this knight will be hanging. Yeah, so now queen a7 he will play in Arjun Designs. Of course, classic Hikaru. GG. Okay.
What did you play this after?
Queen d6.
Yeah, queen d6, g3, let's go. I think
Knight b4.
Yeah, this one was this was fine. So that's why you can go to my rook is d1 and d1. F1 and d1. And your queen is on
e7.
e7. Yeah, right. So this one, there's some that I thought I was worried about. I think it might have been g5 here or something. I felt like there had to be something. It felt like there should be something in this position. Right, because knight c3, knight b4, yeah, it's fine. It's knight c6, yeah. And your rook's on d8 or c8 here?
d8 and b8.
d8 and b8, right. So would you, no, actually, would you play? Put rook c8 here, or?
I played queen d6, g3, rook
Ah, okay, so queen d6 to g3. Yes, right here. What was wrong with knight c3 here? Actually, this is what yeah, this
knight
is what
b4.
No, but the rook's on d8 and c8, no?
d8 and b8.
Ah, sorry, I keep getting... No, but your queen's on d6. Yeah,
Queen d6, g3.
Yeah, so knight c3, knight b4, knight takes d5.
Oh, no, here knight c3.
Yeah, knight b4 is not a move.
Knight c3 with d3.
d3? Yeah, I thought... Is knight takes a2 a move here?
Queen a1.
Yeah, and this, is it rook b2? I wasn't sure. Is this winning for
Knight b7.
I have knight b7 here. And after queen a1, if you go knight b4?
Take a knight b7.
Again knight b7. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I felt like there was something because as soon as I get knight e1, it's fine. I mean, you should still be.
Yeah, this knight b2 was really bad.
Yeah, this is just a bad move. Already, I mean, I think at this point you should probably just go back and make the draw. Yeah, it's just, I mean, because once I get knight e5, it starts to kind of go the wrong way.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't understand. Yeah, I thought, I mean, why not just knight c5? Just trade the knights. You played knight a4, right?
Yeah.
And then...
I mean, instead of knight c3.
Where's the position? It's not losing nothing. Yeah, you play knight a3. Why not just take the knight?
Pawn takes knight.
You were worried about pawn takes, this one. Okay. I was not convinced by this at all.
Okay.
I thought you would go, I mean, I don't know where your queen is exactly, but I thought you could go like on the a file, like a5, a4, something like this. With the queen, I wasn't convinced by this one.
Okay, you would have taken with them.
Yeah, I would have taken the knight and just make the draw pawn. Just argue if there's nothing. Maybe I can take with the pawn. Maybe. I didn't really consider this because I just figured at this because I mean I thought that I went from being fine to being worse. I mean I felt like it was very shaky around the time of this queen c1 rook d1 situation. But I mean maybe it's okay for me, but I felt like there's probably some trick there.
Yeah, I thought there should be.
But it's maybe it's not. If you didn't say I didn't say maybe not. And if you play knight b2, yeah, maybe knight b2 there instead of queen d6. I go rook e1, right?
Yeah, rook e1.
Queen d6, probably g3 is similar to the game. Yeah, I mean maybe there's nothing. I don't know. I felt like I really felt like there was something, but I mean I didn't see it either. So that's why.
If anything, maybe it's g5, but.
Yeah, maybe a g5 somewhere. Maybe.
But then you can also take bishop d5.
Right. It's very. So my queen on c1 is very bad, right?
Yeah.
No, but I have rook e1 there. I have rook e1 in between. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's very, very hard to judge. I felt like there should be something for you. Just to me, it felt like it's hard to play, obviously. And then it starts going the momentum after I get this like 85. It's going the long way.
Maybe king x7 is
But I mean, it's still hard to play, no? Yeah. Because I mean, basically when I went for this bishop.
I did not realize knight b2.
Yeah, because I want to go knight b3 right away, but then you have knight a6, and bishop a7. You play knight d4, and it's. I mean, I'm gonna end up the pawn, but I think you have great time. Yeah, bishop c5 is still knight b4, right? Yeah, exactly. This one also. Yeah, and you have great chances to save. Yeah, that's why I played bishop f1. But I mean, I wasn't. If you don't get king f7, I mean, the problem is how do you get your knights to the right squares? That's the problem. Because I'm still gonna go for. I mean, knight b3 is still a big threat no matter what, right? Like, I'm not sure how you're supposed to deal with this threat. It feels pretty bad. Maybe there's somebody who goes to knight b4 and get the other knight to d5. It feels very shaky. Yeah, it's very shaky. Yeah, I mean, maybe bishop h5 actually. I mean, it seems like an obvious move, but I actually had a feeling bishop h5 might be wrong just because it weakens e6. Like, I get that the bishop on g2 is worse than f3 because it's maybe d file or something, but I actually thought you should leave the bishop there and not go bishop h5. Because then e6 is always weak, no matter what. But I mean, already it's kind of going the wrong way there. Yeah, okay.
Okay, guys, so by the looks of it, we're gonna be waiting until the Vincent Nepo tiebreak will start. If you guys have any information about when will the tiebreak take place, please let me know. As currently, yeah, I'm a little bit confused. There's nobody there. I don't know if it's gonna happen now or are they going to have dinner first or something. Hopefully they will play right now. Otherwise, I might have to close the stream. But we'll see. Oh, here is Nepo. Come on, no, they're gonna play. They're here. The boys are here. Let's just wait a little bit on the gimbal. Let's hang out with the gimbal. Really fits Vincent. I'm not a fashion guy, but I think it suits him well. And red also suits Hikaru well. Here we can see Mr. Jan Butner, the organizer. I became a fan after hearing the anti-cheating measures and how they are CIA type shit. I definitely became a fan of his. Cheating is indeed a serious problem for the game, and we like to see it's taken seriously. Okay, from the positions that we see on chess.com, I think the players will be drawing a new one. So if you guys have information on that, please let me know. But I don't think they will be playing from the same one they already did. Players must be hungry? No, I mean Nepo and Kamer finished a while ago. They had time to snack. Unless they're on a strict diet or something. Which I highly doubt.
Jonas, sagst du dieses Mal noch, also 10 Minuten plus 10 Sekunden, falls es nochmal unentschieden ist, Sie können kein, aber das werde ich dir nicht sagen, also keine, sage ich,
Keine?
nie Restriction. Okay. Also, du weißt Bescheid.
Ja, natürlich.
Das kann man machen, ich kann ihn vorbereiten, wenn ihr wollt, am Tisch.
Ja, vorbereiten wir vor, jeweils an den Tischen, oder?
Wie ihr wollt, möchtest du lieber auf so einen Tisch oder lieber auf den großen?
So ein.
Dann kannst du, was du hast Reihe, du hast schwarz, dann kommst du einfach hier hin und ich werde nicht fragen.
Rafa, bist du bereit? 2 Minuten. Okay. Lass sie erstmal im Schnellstart spielen. Wir sprechen noch nicht vom Blitz.
Gut, gut, der wird an eurem normalen Tisch sitzen oder der weiß was.
Against all odds, we only have one playoff today, and it is for the final spot in the semi-finals between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vincent Keimer. The two players will play 2 games of rapid, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. If they are still tied, we will move to blitz, 2 games, and if they're still tied, to Armageddon. In order to draw the next position, I would now like to welcome to the stage the president of the French Chess Federation, Grandmaster Éloi Relange.
It's 4-5-4.
Thank you very much, Éloi. The players will have 10 minutes. So to the players, good luck, and to the fans, enjoy.
Oh no, the game started. It started so dramatically. Let me take care of you guys. Apologies for the small delay. There we go. Yes, guys, I'm back. Don't you worry. How can I not be back? Okay, let's see. New drawing. Exciting stuff. And I wanted to mention, actually, I was watching the stream from my phone, and this is really similar to normal chess because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces, 5, 6. What the fuck? Almost every piece is on initial square. Only queen and knight swapped places. What? And now best move is to play king d2? Brother. King d2 not happening. Nepo not playing king d2. Damn, son. King d2 on the board. Okay. Keimer certainly not playing b5. Let's see. Can we get a pop of Nepo? Here is Vinci. Here we go. Okay, and apparently Nepo has a Vienna game on steroids after playing f4, connecting the queen. If Nepo plays f4, I think he will be in a very good position. Almost a +1 advantage for white. Vincent is in trouble. Kind of unfortunate. So Jan played e4. Yeah, I think, wow. This is so funny because Jan had perfect time to play his favorite King's Gambit. This was even better than usual. Still not so easy how to play, because if you go c3 as white, it's not such a good move as the knights are gonna get blocked. It's very important to play knight bc3. Double idea. It's also natural to do the other knight, because what to do with it, but do this and then move the knight. You know what we can add for the stream? Maybe this is like an interesting little detail. Let me try to do this. Window capture. How do you guys like this? The accuracy tab. Aren't you entertained? Too many numbers there, a bit confusing. Maybe like this? Mistake by Jan. Advantage on the window. Position is even. Oh, I know. I know it. This is the position. Damn it. need to work the settings. Apologies everybody. But I was dying to know. Queen f7. Question mark. Let's see. I love how my only two chatters are talking about a game that apparently they've actually played. Best move by Jan. Now c3 or queen f2 are gonna be the best moves. Will Nepo find it? Taking on b6 it's tempting, but it's apparently a questionable move. Missing healthy chunk of the advantage. So natural to take the bishop. Queen f2 apparently very important detail. I have no idea why. But this game will soon become a blitz space, as the players are both approaching the 5-minute mark. Double isolated pawn, indeed, but it is not such a big weakness because it's not placed on an open file. If white pawn from e4 teleports to f3, white is close to winning. With pawn on e4, it's not so easy to attack the double isolani. Double isolani control a lot of important central squares. Nepo needs to find queen f2. If he doesn't find queen f2, he's going down on time. And on the position, he's regardless going down on time no matter what. I mean, aren't we all? Queen f2. Great move. How did he come up with that? But apparently this was a mistake. It was important to play b3 and delay the capture. Takes, rook f1. Knight bc6. Gamer one move away to equalize. Knight bc6 would be complete equality. White's king, I might argue that it's even slightly weaker. Knight c6, what else can you play in such position? No other move. Knight c6, long castle. Gamer is fine. Gamer is doing well. Knight c6. Big time advantage, and Nepo has really questionable king. I think black will win this. This is not going Nepo's way. I would be impressed if Nepo manages to keep things under control. This is a very difficult position to play with an hour on the clock. And black has always easy moves. The plan is to long castle, then boom, knight takes on c2 will be a huge threat. Queen takes on d3, backed by the rook on d8. What do you do? Nepo down to 4 minutes soon. Vincent almost having double the time. That's a bit exaggerated, but he will soon have double the time. The yellow master jacket seems to prevail in this game. I said it. Vincent having double the time. Very difficult position for Nepo. Knight c3, good move. Now rook d1 or bishop g5 are critical. Predicting rook a d1. Rook d1 important to protect d3. He takes. Vincent can undouble the pawns and be slightly better. He does so. Now black is slightly better, but at least white avoids the danger of getting mated. I like this decision for Nepo. He is worse, but he is not planning to get mated. But look at this. Not only targeting the pawn, but queen b4. White would love to play the rook into the center and hide the king, but you're not in time because queen b4 will force your king on c1, making the rook be out of the game for a while and for good. Almost playing down a rook. White's position doesn't look ugly. White's position is ugly. And more than ugly, which can be subjective, it is bad, according to the computer. Rook f8, black is simply playing with an extra rook. Rook f3 only move to not be lost. Rook f3 only move to not be completely lost. Rook f3 with idea to take with a pawn. Very on point from Nepo. You cannot take with the queen because there will be mate in one, knocking at your back door. Hello there. Here is Vincent, zoned in. But so is Nepo. Who's gonna prevail in the first game of the tiebreak? Remember, no matter who's losing this game, there will be another one, which can turn out to be decisive. Trading with Rook f8 is a simple and solid option. Queen a5 is a good move. G5 is apparently a good move. You cannot take because of the same mate idea. G5, G4. Hard to believe there is time for it, but the computer likes it. A4 and rook lift. Problem is you'll have a weak pawn on a4 to watch out for. Your rook will have to babysit. Keimer thinking he should speed up. Make a move, Vincent. They can play rook f8. Keep it simple. He's worried about a3. Maybe just queen a5. Will the next game be the same starting position? I guess so. Rook f3, rook f8, a3, queen a5. They're playing exactly the line that I'm talking. Can they listen to the stream? What the heck? Are these guys watching the stream? Nah, it can't be. It can't be. Why would you listen to Alex Panzea? Why would you listen to a low-life international master like myself? They can't be watching the stream. Predicting b3 for white and then queen e5. But then queen e5 problem is f4. f4 looks annoying. King b1, g5 will be played, fixing the weak pawn. I have all my money that Vincent will play g5. I know Vincent, he's positional player. He's my buddy. He will go g5. Come on guys, what do you want to bet? I promise you he will play g5. I like to bet on chess moves. G6, best computer move, but why not G5? G6, whew. Why G6? What's the plan? I don't see the plan. He wants queen h5 simply, and then how do you protect? G5 was stopping queen h5. This is why Vincent didn't play it, and G6 is a brilliant move. Now, Nepo's gotta play Queen G1. I don't think Nepo will play that. Queen H3. Sneaky move, but you can ignore it. There's Queen E1 check, or even better, Queen to D2 according to the computer. Queen to D2 is close to winning. Queen to E1, almost just as good. Just try to ignore the pawn on E6 because when the queen lands there, there will be King B8 getting to safety. Can Vincent find this? He is thinking he's got double Nepo's time. He's stopping him in the accuracy, starting from a worse position. I think he will surely check. There will be Knight C1, there will be King B8, there will be Queen H7, there will be Rook F3, there will be Queen G6, and maybe Queen D2. That's the line I'm predicting. Oh, he finds Queen D2 even better than the check. Wow, this is so strong. Best move on the computer. White has to play Knight C1. Then King B8. Then Nepo is in big trouble. Same problem. The rook doesn't enter the game. Black is playing with an extra rook. Black is simply playing with an extra rook no matter the material count. Pieces are even, but white cannot use his pieces. Queen D2. Give it brilliant move. Queen D2 not enough to be great move. It's brilliant move. Knight C1. Nepo is under tremendous pressure. King B8. Very strong practical move. Give it a green star. I'm giving this a green star. Why doesn't it let me give green star? Here it is. Now only move to not lose immediately is B4. The rest leads to overwhelming advantage for black. Queen H7, Rook F3 is almost GG. You have to play B4 and hope for the best. You have to play B4 and just hope somehow he survive. B4 found. Resilient defense by Nepo. King A2 was dropping the C2 pawn. Now Vincent can either attack the pawn with Queen D1 or he can play G5 fixing the weakness. Both moves are equally strong. Knight A7, Knight B5 is also very strong. Any move is great. Nepo almost down to the last minute. Yanni Pomniashi. Almost down to 1 minute while Vincent Keimer plays Queen E1 check. King A2, question mark, allowing Queen C3. Queen C3 because if King B1, I don't get it. What? What is the problem? How does black make progress after King B1? Oh, there is 95 winning f3. Simple chess. Nepo is completely busted after 95. 95, all the pieces are entering the game. The knight and the rook, the king alone. If Vincent plays 95, the game is over. You can see Nepo raising the eyebrow. Look at his reaction. The position is completely winning for black. Okay, it's not over yet. Vincent doesn't have the easiest conversion ever. Best move is knight takes on h2, but it's a difficult move to find. But simple chess is best chess here. You just want to take the pawn. You just want to give a check with the rook and exchange. Vincent cannot believe that he's not completely winning. Look at the chair. He's storming in his chair. Let's see the gimbal camera. Vincent takes the pawn on h2. Best move after thinking for a while. He is unstoppable. He is just unstoppable this game. 93 accuracy. Yanni Pomniachi, down to his last 30 seconds. Down to 10 seconds. Nepo will flag. No, he's not going to flag. We're just impersonating you, chatters. We're just impersonating you. It was just an innocent joke, okay? Rook f1. Rook f1 is about to win a piece. Rook f1 can win a piece. Look at Vincent. He cannot believe it. He can win a piece. He knows he can win a piece. Why is this guy allowing me to win a piece? Wait a minute. Nah, this cannot be good. Okay, I will take this piece and stop the counterplay. Nepo has a passed pawn. He is lost, but he has a passed pawn. It's not over yet. Vincent has 1 minute to figure this out. Knight f1 might be the final touch. Knight f1, knight g3, knight f5. Bring the knight home. Although there is a threat of perpetual. Queen a4, queen 8 is about to be perpetual. Play c6, Vincent. Just play c6, cut the queen. Play c6, keep it simple. Don't allow perpetual. c6, e6, knight f1, knight g3 check, knight f5. Maybe just sacrifice the knight for the pawn. Yes, he's going to do that. Plays it safe. Safe chess. Knight f1, knight e3 is a mating net. Queen g1, better than the computer. e7, queen e3, knight f3 will be a zugzwang. Nepo is in trouble. Big trouble for Nepo. Big trouble. Big trouble. Bada bim, bada boom. There will be mate on d2 or e1. Vincent has got it.
When is the next game?
Chief, one sticks in. You. Sorry. When's the next game? Approximately 10 minutes we will make the draw. Okay.
If you think of it, don't just think about like shuffling. Just anywhere.
So I'm not seeing.
So you don't pick up like. No, I got it. It's very like all the positions by heart, and you're like, I want this.
Literally, like I read it was like.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be waiting for the second game. Don't go anywhere. There will be one more game, so Nepo can come back to this tiebreak. Vincent needs to make at least a draw to qualify and play against Hikaru, so don't go anywhere. I'm just gonna let you with the gimbal camera until the players are back.
Was jetzt gerade geht es ein bisschen und dann, weißt du, dann ist man ja angeschränkt, dann geht's und dann kommst du so ein bisschen runter und dann fängst du an zu frieren.
Ich habe denen gesagt, 10 Minuten, das müssen wir jetzt sein.
Ich habe auf 3 getippt, ich habe heute so viele Leute gefragt, wie viele Players tippt ihr? Und nur Gerhard hat mir die richtige Antwort gegeben.
Aber ich muss korrekt dabei sagen, vielleicht auch 2. Also ich habe gedacht, nee, ich habe 4 gedacht. Wobei zwischendurch das ist schon alles gescheit. 4.
Ja. Und Abdesat aber auch sehr viel.
Ja, so in Ordnung. Du hast gewusst, dass jetzt nicht 10 Minuten geht.
Wissen wir es fürs nächste
Ja,
Mal?
da sind wir nicht emotions. Das war gestern erst die Ja, jetzt die erste Spiel. Das ist sehr einfach. Der hat einfach immer nur geguckt. Hat dann zugekommen, den jetzt wird's im Stehen, den jetzt wieder
Nee, das ist nochmal 10 gespielt.
Ja.
Also danach ist fertig.
Gucken, was der eine machen, um zu checken. Ja, auch klar, wenn du siehst, kann man natürlich auch so. Ja, oder aus bist du seit einer Stunde gefühlt eine Minute am Tisch. Ne? So, und er hat halt trotzdem mit der Kamera saß die ganze Zeit. Und überlegt mir, der Kamera, als das Spiel gedroppt war, 5 Minuten auf die Uhr, der in den Kopf 50. Weil der halt einfach immer gekommen ist, nicht zockt und wir weg. Verrückt.
Ja, als die meisten.
Ja. Die sind echt krass. Was machen wir nochmal? Doppelkreuz. Okay, starte ich bei rechts, ja? Sehr gut. Wir holen hier alle Varianz aus dem ganzen Raum heraus. Mehr geht nicht. Ja, ich muss einfach kurz abchecken, wer hier den Draw macht. Und dann Sie? Wir müssen das noch hin. Ich sag mal ganz kurz Fiona, das...
Yes. Yeah, you know, I told the players that they have to learn the Endgame. Choose what to pick.
Can you start from there? Could you sit there? Because all the other guys always come that way. Yeah, for sure. Perfect, thank you.
Just right here is perfect. Just on the edge. Thank you.
It's also a video. I am checking, I'll check now just if they can, I mean, like, you guys have to make a decision. I would be able to.
Ah ne, da muss ich ja eigentlich auch links anfangen, oder? Kreuze einmal rüber rechts mit Fiona und dann wieder links mit ihr. Okay, ja, ja, ja.
move.
How's everything going with the content?
Everything's good stuff. How is it with you and your team?
Everything's good. On chess.com is cool. My channel is cool. I saw that you're 100K, right?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Finally.
YouTube should also
Yeah.
be there, right?
Yeah, I just started posting my consistent YouTube videos. Like, actually, I haven't even started posting.
Not posting IG to shorts before. IG
Yeah,
to YouTube.
but not consistently.
Okay.
No, but I've been starting to post more consistently and see how it goes. I've hit just a 10K on YouTube this month.
Yeah, it will go to 100. It's like
Yeah.
pretty. I mean, when we see each other next time, 100K for sure.
Welcome back. Vincent Keimer took game one, which means that Jan Nepomniachtchi is now in a must-win situation. We are ready to draw the next position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage content creator and part of the Freestyle Chess team, Jules.
All right, everybody. We are about to start possibly the last game of the day. However, if Nepo manages to win with the black pieces, the action continues. The tiebreak will go on. So we have quite a peculiar position because if Vincent finds the best first move, he will be having a plus 0.7 advantage, which is almost as good as having an extra pawn. If he finds the move b4, I gotta be honest, it is not an obvious move at all, but he will probably find it because he knows what he's doing. He plays b3, also good move, except Nepo fails to find the best. And after f4, Vincent has a +1 advantage. Off to a rough start for Nepo. His accuracy is only 20% after move 2. Now it increased to 60%. He's on a positive train. Let's go. Nepo is treating this more of like a King's Indian, it seems. He played d6 quickly with the possibility of a bishop fianchetto. Let's see. Somebody predicted in the chat that there will be b3 as the first move. Nice prediction. Vincent Keimer. Very close to make it to the next stage. Plays a questionable move. Also, Nepo seems to be surprised by bishop d4. Why did he do it? Bishop d4. He is provoking this ugly move. Vincent has a point. Vincent's point is that if you try to attack the bishop, I will just hide on b2, saying that your guy will stay out of the game. So, by elimination, Nepo has to find f6, e5. I'm not happy about bishop d4 from Vincent's point of view because you're forcing Nepo to find a good move. f6 is a good move and you will play it just not to be down a bishop. Oh, he sacrifices. Wow. Okay, very interesting concept by Jan. Computer absolutely hates it. His accuracy just dropped a little bit above 50%. But he is sacrificing a pawn for the bishop pair in Marshall Gambit style. Notice that long castle is about to be played next. The computer evaluation can be misleading. g3, great move by Vincent. We have long castle. c6 about to be played. I like this for Jan. He got something very double-edged, something that's quite easy to play. The computer hates this possession, but I think he came up with a practical concept. Let's see. The Nepo gambit. Yes, Nepo loves to gambit. Knight dc3. What are you gonna do with the b1 knight? Rook e8. Most natural move on the board. Rooks are coming to the files where black has no pawns. What's not to like? e3. Good move by Vincent. Top computer choice. Creating a pawn protected by a pawn restricting the rook. The biggest issue remains that you cannot bring the dark square bishop into the game. If you try to play g6 with a tempo, I will use the same tempo to collect the undefended bishop. Similarly, if you play f6, queen a5, I will have a queen that's very difficult to get rid of because b6 will allow us to capture the queen. Nepo has a great concept, it just seems to not be working move by move. The idea is famous and well known, sacrificing a pawn for the bishop pair compensation. It's just that you cannot get your bishops developed. You're supposed to get active bishops, not undeveloped bishops. I think Vinci is very close to promote to the next stage. Can Nepo go knight d4? The problem with knight d4 is that it's like not even threatening c2. It took me a second to realize the pawn is protected by the rook. Knight d4? With the flower, it's not gonna be spring. I can just go queen a5 like in the previous case. Kamer is having an extra pawn, yes, and black is struggling to finish development. There also seems to be a threat of going knight e4, knight bc3, asking what are you gonna do in the meantime. Yes, a6 had to be played. This is disaster. Disaster for Nepo. Very unlucky starting position also, has to be said. Starting position was pretty rough for the black pieces. .75 accuracy. Not great. In fact, pretty terrible. Now, the best move is very strange. The best move is knight a4. Can Vincent find that? Why would you play knight a4? Could it be that after knight a4? Nah, it can't be a threat of c4, c5, knight b6. That's just too much. There's not gonna be time for that. But knight a4, maybe some prophylactic move that I'm missing. Don't think the trade on c5 is really that great either. Although, why not? I think he's more likely to do knight e4 or castle. Funny how long castle is possible here. Without developing b1 knight, you can long castle. Knight e4 by Vincent. Yes, also myself, I couldn't see the point of knight a4. The computer liked it, but we already know that Freestyle has CIA type shit detection. Queen a7 just to activate the queen. Yeah, queen a7 with that idea, but now knight bc3 simply developing. Not obvious. Are you gonna play queen b6? Then you're gonna get hit. Big problem for this bishop. Nepo sacrificed the pawn only to activate that guy. He still cannot do such basic task. Vincent is on fire, having a great position while Nepo is struggling to stay in the game. Down a pawn. Difficult position to play. Less time on the clock. Can Nepo create a comeback? 75% accuracy. Will he make it? We have a move. King to b8, which is apparently inaccurate. Now, Vincent will 100% castle. It's the most natural move on the board. The whole game, he kept playing simple, quick moves. I believe he will do it. The computer wants queen a5, but I don't understand why someone would play it. I think he will castle. Vincent is thinking he shouldn't be going down on time. That's the only thing that can go wrong. His position is great. Long castle knight d4, I can easily play something like queen c5, I'd imagine, offering a queen trade. You'll have to play ugly move b6, but then I can move the queen anywhere. Your queen is gonna be buried on a7. Queen a5, yes, you can sidestep any discovery, but queen a5 problem is you give this g6 move. Perhaps there is knight f6. Long castle, as your dear commentator predicted. I believe we will see f6 from Nepo. What to do? Need to do something. Oh, queen b6. Good move. You should not play knight d5. If knight d5, Nepo is back in the game. Queen a5 would create huge counterplay. But Vincent finds the best move. Knight a4. Great move. Making the queen passive. Queen b4. Queen c3. Best move. Check. And after either king b1 or queen b2, white is close to winning. Same problem. Bishop cannot be developed. Wow. Very precise play. Oh, what have I done? I ruined the layout. Pardon me. Apologies for that, guys. The problem with the queen trade for black is that you're down a pawn and yes, you have the bishop pair, but you need to win and you're gonna have an endgame down a pawn. Remember, Nepo needs to go all out. He cannot play for a draw. It's a tiebreak. He lost the first game. He needs to win on demand, otherwise he's out of the tournament. Otherwise, Vincent Keimer will be the one facing Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow in the semifinals. Time situation is even. Let's look at them with the gimbal. The gimbal is still. The gimbal is not moving. the next move could be decisive for Jan. Even Stockfish can't win this. You'd be surprised, but I have a feeling that Stockfish can still win this match easily from this position against a human with 5 minutes each. Knight c5. Great trade by Vincent. Will he trade queens? Trading queens is a mistake, but it can be a game-winning match, and he goes for it. Very strategic. It was better to keep queens, but better from a match perspective to eliminate all the risks of losing this game. Eliminate all the risks, that's maybe a little bit too much to be said. Black still can create some counterplay with the bishop pair. It is a game. It is a game. Nepo should not be counted out. Time is even on the clock. Nepo's got a pair of bishops. If Vincent starts playing too timid, Nepo can take over. A4. Computer doesn't like it. A5. Apparently it was a good move against Nepo. Knight e4. Nepo has to find g6. But he doesn't, because it would have allowed knight f6. That was very annoying, allowing a bishop trade leading to opposite colored bishops. g6 was best computer move, but after knight f6, white has at least a draw, which is why Nepo avoids it. It's a very difficult situation because Nepo must avoid best moves simply to avoid white forcing a draw. g6 f5, yes, but you cannot do it. g6 allows knight f6. You're never gonna win that position after I take your bishop. It's a very interesting situation because Vincent is not going for the best moves in terms of converting the extra pawn, but he is playing very sneaky moves that are restricting black's pieces in a way that if you play the natural moves for black, white will be able to trade, reaching a very safe position no matter what you do. Not easy what to do now. Maybe h4, pass the turn. Pawns could become vulnerable though. Hard to say. I think he has to maneuver the knight to d3. Not an easy choice. d3 and then f4. h4. I like that move. Solidifying the flank. If you go f5, I can maneuver my knight to f4. It's gonna be on a very solid position, stopping all the kingside action. g6. Can Vincent go knight f6? Nepo was not supposed to allow that. Oh, there is a trick in the position. If you do it now, black plans to take and then plans to take the pawn on e3, which maybe was also possible in the previous line, but we both missed it. How about that, guys? You missed it as well. So this is possible, but it's even better now with the tempo. White can play rook f3 and it's not worse, but bishop f3 and it's not worse, but still. Vincent goes for it. Did he blunder rook e3? He might have blundered rook e3. No, he finds bishop f3. Okay, he's going for the safe play. Nepo won back the pawn, but the bishop is buried. The bishop is buried on g8. He will be able to activate it once the rook is getting kicked out, but white has pawns in the dark squares, opposite color of the bishop. This should be a very safe structure. Nepo slightly ahead on time. It is game on. Anything can happen. Anything can happen still. Oh no, I messed up the layout again. Sorry guys. I don't know why it keeps getting messed up. But you can see the accuracy is about the same for both players. This is getting crazy. Vincent falling behind on the clock. Nepo is on a positive trend, at least mentally. Same bishop color indeed, but double the time. Nepo is a deadly player when it comes to these time scrambles. Okay, let's see. This is potentially very dangerous. All of Vincent's pawns are on light squares, meaning that if black gets a blockade, then a king infiltration, bishop sacrifices will be possible in bishop endgames. This is not a safe position for white at all. Not at all. It is game on, and Vincent is having only 2 minutes. Bishop e4, black will trade, black will bring the king to e7. Then it's game on. Nepo's got the perfect scenario. Look at Nepo, he's feeling momentum. Vincent must remain very careful and cautious as the position became completely equal. Completely equal, but with a bit of imbalance in the position. As I said, black wants to put pawns in the dark squares. You can even look for a break on the king side. Black can somehow prepare g5, and after pawn takes, king takes, f4 break, pawn takes, king takes, there will be an outside passer with the h-pawn. That can also be very dangerous. Black is preparing b6, c5. This is how you want to set up your pawns. Opposite color of your own bishop. He's going rook e7. He might be preparing b5. b5 as well could create an outside passer. If you don't take it, there's going to be pawn takes, and then a4 will be unprotected. Idea is to play rook b7, rook b4. Look at this. Very clever play by Nepo. He's looking at b5. Predicting king c3 from Vincent, trying to stay with the king in the zone. As close as possible to the pawns. He goes d4 instead. Good move, stepping in the center. d4 was a great move. Saying, Okay, Nepo, I'm not gonna let you steamroll me in this endgame. C5, yes, nice move, but allowing a bit too many trades. Feels like allowing too much simplifications. King d3, good move. Predicting bishop f7. I don't think going for the bishop trade increases the winning chances. I think bishop f7. Oh, b6. Good move, putting pawns on the dark squares, but maybe c4. Maybe it just doesn't matter that I have them on the light squares. Because my king is too active. I put the bishop on d5. c4, threatening d5. If Vincent plays c4, he's out of any danger. And I think he will do it. I think he will do it. c4. Vincent team is chilling. Peter Leko is bringing the champagne. c4, I'm telling you. Peter Leko right now has a champagne ready next to him. If Vincent plays c4, he will open it. Come on, Vincent. Don't delay the champagne opener. Why rook d1? Bishop e6. Still c4. He doesn't want to play it. Rook f1, just waiting. No, this is tricky. Nepo can sack a pawn. He overlooked it. If Nepo finds f4, the game becomes open again. No, the champagne remains in the freezer. What is this? Too little material not to draw? No, come on, there is still possible. Still resources. Okay, d5 now secures it. Come on, Vinci. d5, c4. That is a bulldozer construction. Nobody will ever break you. You have to do it. d5, anti-positional, but restricting the enemy bishop as well. Looks like Vincent doesn't like to commit here. He will play rook d1. It gives me a feeling he will play rook d1. Or rook g1. Nepo has to try this pawn sack. I don't know why. I don't know what it brings. But you have to sacrifice something. Maybe Vincent flags. Let's go. F4 Nepo. Go for it. Nepo might force Vinci into playing a good move by checking. Let's look at the gimbal cam. Bishop d7 by Jan. Rook f1, repeating. He's just waiting. He's just a chill guy. Will Jan break with b5? I kinda doubt. Jan has to trade bishops. What else? Offer bishop trade. Oh no, he's repeating. Okay, he's actually preparing the f4 push. Rook f8. Jan wants to go f4. Vincent can play rook f1 just like he did previously. Can also do rook g1. DC. Good move. Rook d1. Good move again. Jan has to play bishop e6 not to be worse. I think Vincent will play king e3, staying with the king closer to his pawns on the king side. King e3, I think he'll play. King c3 possible, but bit risky. Oh, rook g1, just waiting. Oh no, this is not good. Nepo is better suddenly. No, Nepo is better. He will play rook b4 and then c4. What happened? Vincent missed this idea. Rook b4, c4. Ah, he might be losing a pawn. Gonna be very close. Vincent needs to be super precise. No time on the clock. This is about to get crazy. Can Vincent remain composed? If he finds rook d8 on the next move, he's back in the safe zone. But passive play would have allowed Nepo to win a pawn out of nothing. Crazy how he was able to create a chance out of nothing. It looked like they were just repeating for a few moves, but then suddenly he had this c4 idea. Undermining the a4 pawn. Can we see a gimbal camera? Yes, here we have the players. King e7, bishop trade. I think this is it. This is safe zone. Vincent can just give up the queen side, take the 2 pawns. He will defend down a pawn. I mean, technically there's no need for that, but worst case scenario, it's a draw. There's no way to win this for black. Bishop takes on e6. King f3, easy draw. Nepo can trade both pawns for the queen side. Remains a draw. Just play rook d8, Vincent. Go rook d8, rook a8, take a5. This is what we're gonna see. Bang, bang, bang. C'est la vie. Yes, that's what he's doing. Easy draw. I think they'll just agree to a draw. We might be seeing the last seconds of Jan Nepomniachtchi in the Paris Freestyle event. We have a dead draw rook endgame, even pawns. He can try to play for f4. This is not over. There is one last chance. Nepo can try to trade this pawn and then win h4. But Vincent, with either rook b5 or rook b6, rook b6 eliminates the pawn, rook b4 eliminates all the danger. Or rook b6 right away, maybe you don't even need to give the check. This is so tense. Vincent on the last 7 seconds. He has to make a move. He has to not flag. He has to not lose on time. Come on, Vincent, make a move. With 3 seconds, he gives a check, plays rook f4, securing a nice position. This is a fortress. You cannot break him here. Rook on f4 is perfectly placed. Just king g1. White has to simply wait. Look at the organizer watching. Jan Büttner. The problem for black is that I don't think you can even take the a4 pawn, because after I trade, you might be in a losing endgame. Not that it matters. That seems to be the case. Okay, just king g1. He keeps checking, which is nice. Nothing left to try for Nepo, just a draw. It's just a draw. The players are shuffling. I think we might see them agree to a draw. We see a hand gesture by Nepo. It's crazy that Vincent had to make a move with 3 seconds left on the clock in this endgame. But he found a safe place for the rook. And Nepo sacrifices g6. Nepo is sacrificing g6, but Vincent is not going for it. He doesn't want it. He could have played rook b6 and take on g6. He doesn't want to complicate. I don't know what he's playing for. King d3. Can't he just wait? King f1? What am I missing? He can also check, but he can also play rook to the other side. Oh, rook e4. That's what he was trying. Just don't take it. This was a nice trick by Nepo. But seems like now rook a3 is about to be played. Rook a3 and it's getting dangerous. Vincent is able to get the rook behind the pawn. Nepo managed to build a nice time advantage. Okay, rook b6. Had to be played. This is tricky. Nepo will be able to break with f4. Rook g4 and f4 break will be possible. Can black get two connected pawns? If he can get two connected pawns after a move like this, and then remove these guys, the endgame can be winning. I don't think that will happen though, because white can always take on g6. That is what Nepo is trying to get. I don't think will be possible though. Rook to g4. King f2 by Vincent. Nepo is looking for chances. He's been shuffling around for a long time, but doesn't seem very confident. f4 on the board. The last try, but Vincent is about to push the a pawn, forcing the black rook to move away, and then he will remove the g6 pawn, which is the last hope. Players agree to a draw, and Vincent Keimer moves on to the next stage, facing none other than Hikaru Nakamura in the semi-final. GG.
Glückwunsch. Bekommen wir die Scheißhässe? Danke dir. Mikrofon? Haben wir?
Ja.
Danke dir. Ja. Vincent, congratulations. You've just beaten Jan and are through to the semi-finals. Before we talk about the games, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm still very nervous. I mean, of course the position has been drawn for a long time, but when all you need is the draw, you're still nervous. So I'm just very relieved that I finally managed to hold the game.
You beat Jan in the first rapid game of the playoff, and in the second, yeah, you were way, but it was nervy. What emotions were you feeling?
Yeah, it was very tricky because I got a great position after around 20 moves, and that would have been a comfortable situation to play for a win as well, but since I only needed a draw, I think I kind of lost my way a bit, in the sense that I gave him at least a chance to continue playing. I don't think that I was ever in like real danger to lose the game, but you know, the clock is ticking down, and that's always unpleasant.
The first game you won looked like a very nice game. Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think my opening choice was kind of dubious, actually, but maybe that's when he spent some time to punish me for that, because I felt the way he played, everything worked out perfectly, and then he was the one who had to spend time and had to be king and the worst position.
Do you think at the next tournament the players will stop picking you first?
Yeah, I think by now we might be at that point. I think, I hope so.
And tomorrow, Hikaru Nakamura, your thoughts on that opponent?
Yeah, I think he's one of the few players that were both in Vice and here who I haven't in the classical match yet, so I'm certainly looking forward to that. But yeah, as always, no matter who you play, it's going to be one of the top players. So it's going to be very tough, but of course, having won that, I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, Vincent, we're going to let you go enjoy your evening. Congratulations once again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Vincent, may I steal you here? Thank you.
And then after this, you have this professional.
Thank you. You're so much taller than everyone else. Okay, ready? I'm just checking. I've been looking at your heart rate now for a good half hour. It's been over 150. It's been close to 160. Are you okay, man?
Yeah, I think that's just tie breaks. When you play that little of time control with so much at stakes, I think it's kind of natural. I know there are players who have kind of low heart rate nearly all the time, but yeah, that's not me.
How do you feel that? I mean, you have such an advantage position. You try to make it very drawish. It gets a little bit sketchy at times. How do you feel with that heart rate racing then?
Yeah, to me it's quite natural also because I believe that we have to make decisions so quickly that it's kind of needed that the body is under a lot of stress, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to make decent decisions that quickly.
How scared were you at one point after having had such a good position, try to make a simple draw and then getting in a little bit of trouble?
It was unpleasant, but I never felt that my position was really bad. So it was more like an emotional worry than an objective one, I think.
And you're correct on that. It was never an objective, problematic position, as you probably realize yourself. But I just got to ask the question. I know you get asked all the time. 8th seed, you keep beating everyone. When are people going to stop picking you?
Yeah, I think for Nepo it was kind of a principled thing to pick me and to try to beat me at the start. So yeah, we will see. I mean, hopefully I'll make it to the next event and then through the rapid and then will not be picked first.
I'm going to tell you, I asked Hikaru who he would rather face before the playoffs. He said he would rather face Nepo.
So, yeah, good to hear.
I think that's you building respect here, Vincent.
Yeah, I actually felt that the players who were actually in Weissenhaus when I won that event maybe wouldn't have picked me, but for Jan it was like, you know, he wasn't there, and of course it would have been nice for him to show that, yeah, okay, I only won there because he wasn't there and to beat me. So I guess that was kind of the reason why he was also trying. But yeah, it was an incredibly tough and close match, but yeah, I'm glad I managed to win.
I asked before this tournament started a lot of players on the rapid fire questions. Learn by seeing or learn by doing? I'm guessing that Nepo, he learned by doing.
It seems like it, yeah.
Good luck tomorrow. Thank you.
Vincent, eine kurze Frage. Hast du mitgekriegt, dass Nepo ein bisschen irgendwie Action gemacht hat nach der ersten Partie? Du hast so gut gespielt, ist aber so das Serie vorbeigegangen.
Nee, habe ich nicht mitbekommen.
Ja, ich habe auch gehört.
Do you need any water? So many people. Above 120 heart rate the whole time. Usual for such short. Yeah, of course. At least one.
Or you need it for the... Ist gut, das vielleicht zu haben, ja, die Taschen für den...
Achso, nee, ich muss es jetzt leider, es ist nicht wie ein Weißenhaus, ich muss leider hinten am Griffen dran. Das sind jetzt andere Mikrofone.
Soll ich mit rein?
Muss ich mal das
Okay, es dauert noch, keine Ahnung, 30 Sekunden oder so.
Soll ich mit reingehen?
Ist klar. Flipperst du das Mikrofon?
Nö. Ist okay. Kannst reingehen.
Okay. Einfach links
Okay, ein bisschen gelbes X auf dem Boden. Ganz einfach her.
We see the champion coming into our studio. Welcome, Vincent. Congratulations with your incredible performance. How do you feel now? We saw your heart rate, it was quite high. Probably now it's lower, right?
Yeah, I'm just relieved. I mean, tie breaks are always a matter of nerves. And, generally, you could say it's a dream position to hold the first game, but then also you feel the pressure to win that match. You won that first game of black. So, yeah, it was in a weird situation. My position was even much better for me, so I could have also played for a win, but somehow that only ended a draw. I was not that direct with my play and gave him at least a chance to play on, which wasn't necessary. But
yeah, sorry to interrupt, Vincent, but I was so angry, and everybody have seen that you took Queen takes c5, because I thought immediately that no, Queen takes c5 is wrong because Black has the chance to play, and it will be a psychological game. You will be in 3 or 4 moves, 2 minutes behind on the clock. Exactly everything happened as I have foreseen. Why did you take Knight takes c5? I felt that you would have just crushed him in the next 5 moves. What is your take? Do you regret this choice?
How can you defend yourself? Now not, yeah. Now that I drew this game, I don't really care, but I agree that it wasn't necessary, but like it's so, at least for me, it was very natural to trade the queens going into a position where I'm a pawn up and have no immediate issues if I only need to draw, but it's true that of course knight c5 should be the better move.
Vincent, also congratulations from me. We just want to talk about the move of the day, and it's perfect timing you just came in, because I want to give the move of the day to your move c4, which I believe Nepomniachtchi did not see coming, that he could just leave your queen hanging and then would trap his queen on g1, then you equalize the game more or less and reach an equal endgame. Did you also have the feeling that he overlooked this resource c4?
Yeah, I assume, because I felt that I wasn't that happy with my play actually. I thought that if he goes for f5, he should be slightly better.
After g5,
yeah,
f5.
And I think that there's no immediate reason for him to go fg bishop e3 if he sees c4. Unless he wanted to go to a tiebreak, but I don't believe that was his intention.
I think the computer wanted to see bishop f3 here. G takes f4, e5. This was the computer's solution.
Sorry, I have only one
yes.
question. When you played g5, you saw already obviously this trick or move of the day c4, right?
Yes.
And did you consider g5 is the best move, or you wanted to set up this trick because you couldn't resist?
No, I didn't want to set up the trick. I thought it's like, I was already not feeling that great. My whole problem was that I was actually trying to make b5 work after f4. So I thought that after I play f6, and after f4 I have b5. And then my b5 I have like 3 moves. I have queen c4, queen a2, and d5, which I believe are all kind of decent options, but none of them I really like. So for example, queen c4, bishop e2, queen e4, knight a7, and yeah, it's not that easy. If I want to take f4 pawn, I will have to go to an endgame, and he has a lot of tempi, so I believe I should be worse here. And yeah, d5 was crazy. I thought maybe the best move is bishop e2, and here I wasn't sure. I thought it's too risky to go here. But yeah, I was kind of relying on that. Also, maybe queen a2 also, but queen a2 I was worried about, I think c4.
The queen is a bit out of the game for the moment.
Here it should have a6 maybe.
Well, very complicated, very difficult. How did you feel in general about the opening, the starting position in this game? Were you surprised at e4? Or?
No, I think e4 is a very normal, ambitious move. Also, it's clear that basically at somebody to move this f pawn, and f5, f4, f5 was quite symmetrical. I mean, okay, not immediately, but in general was quite symmetrical. So e4 is clearly the ambitious move. I think c5 should be a decent reply.
Yes,
and after knight c3, I need to make a choice. Like, yeah, just I think after f6 was quite with the intention to go b5, and then this bishop b6 move maybe wasn't so bad, but it wasn't really planned. So then it's not really that same kind of flaw in the game as it should be.
So you felt under some pressure, but then you got into this endgame. Was there another critical moment that you felt like in this game? He had a little bit of pressure, but didn't amount too much.
Yeah, I don't think it was enough.
Okay.
I mean, it was slightly little bit, but I thought it's more for engines than for humans.
Wait a second, before you move on, I want to highlight one thing, because after one move e4, Yeah, there was the option of going f5. Can you just go to this position? Because I want to hear your opinion that after he takes f5, what are the candidate moves that come to your mind with black to justify f5?
It's Coach Peter now.
Yes, I want the audience to hear how players are thinking and why we say that this is kind of impossible.
Yeah,
what
of course, Computer
was
they
saying.
didn't have any other candidate move than Queen A2. Okay, Queen A2, but it's too dangerous.
And if not Queen A2, then how do you justify f5? And it's a good move. f5 is the best move. Yeah, it's so difficult. Exactly. That's why I'm showing. I think for the audience, it's very interesting that Queen f7 is the move. I almost fell from the chair, and then you go short castle. Queen f5, you have a fantastic position. It's insane, no?
I mean, it's still around equal, but maybe slightly more comfortable for black. Yes. Okay, yeah, well, that's crazy.
Yeah, incredible game, this freestyle chess.
Something like this. Yes.
Yeah, but it's also so natural. Usually, if you get your queen out that early, it's like really bad. But here, since the knights are so far away, there's no way to win any tempo. So of course, after seeing it, it's an amazing idea. But I don't think it would ever cross my mind if it was, like, even after telling me that there was something, it was very difficult.
All right, let's go to the first rapid game. Once again, you're black. Once again, you're faced with e4. Once again, your queen is on g8. Yeah. So here, you already said in the interview, e5 was not best, but
one interruption, sorry.
Yes.
Were you worried that your queen on g8 again? Because Peter said that you must be frustrated too. You're sitting there and you're frustrated about your queen that it's on g8 again.
Not really. I thought it's maybe it's not the really pleasant starting position, but it didn't feel like a really bad one. So to me, it was fine.
So where did you feel like it didn't?
It was too much already. That's for sure.
It's very interesting. But here I think computer said b5.
Yeah, but b5, bishop b5, and then
yes. And I think bishop b4 check. Yeah, and somehow play this position, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't feel that, because like the only square I have is a d4, but it's like dark square, and I don't do the dark square bishop, so I didn't believe.
Yes.
Well, what I did was, I was just lucky that that's exactly what sometimes works against Nepal, because if he would have taken like 1-2 minutes to crush that, it would have been incredibly unpleasant, but he was playing a bit too long by hand. And then, for example, I think his move like taking on b6, I mean e6 is maybe not the best, but I was expecting maybe to play f5 even instead of, I mean, not instead of knight a3 to cut off like the bishop, and then I can't even play f6, get my queen out. Well, that was interesting. Yeah, taking it was, I mean,
yeah, knight d5 was maybe more uncomfortable for black.
Take knight a4, I don't believe I'm really much worse here. Like, I like queen f7 in the sense that, okay, he can take this pawn, but I don't believe this would be even equal.
No, no. He should not take that pawn for sure. No, what he did was...
I think it should be b3.
b3, yeah.
And then that he gets c3 and like knight b2 and something. Like taking on b6, it's just, he needs to find a way to untangle, because he can...
Yeah, I think the computer said something like a3, king c1, king b1.
Okay, but again, that's
yes.
a little crazy. Rook f1 is a very natural move.
No, maybe here a3. Yeah, rook f1 was fine, but not maybe here a3.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, you see a knight on d4 and you want to keep this knight away, and
of course, but you can't, yeah.
c3, and then to play a3 is not the most natural.
That's exactly what Peter said. Yes. So then, taking on d4 was definitely a mistake.
Accepting that he's... But what is he supposed to play?
Something else here, for sure, yes.
Just that, okay, I'm kind of flipping to take on c2 at some point, knight b4 is also coming, so I think there are direct threats.
There's a lot happening.
No, the whole problem for him is also that if he doesn't take this knight, like every move he has to calculate all the captures that takes, which is incredibly unpleasant for him.
Yes, but now taking, he just doesn't have the coordination, and yeah.
Thank you guys for watching. I have to go for my run now, but the stream resumes tomorrow. We are starting at